can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these features for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you think you ain't, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and it's officially Season 2, Week 2, Day 2. We have 4 amazing series on the way. But before we get into that, as the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, our whole focus is to build up the North American community, and that's the whole reason that we kind of host these events and let these teams practice on a professional platform to get ready for upcoming leagues, such as, the North American leagues that you have been seeing kind of pop out here for the year 2023, and also NACT as well, which is right around the corner. That is our World Series qualifiers. So super excited to see a lot of these leagues that are up and coming, and these teams are preparing for just that, and that is the whole focus of what we're trying to provide, to give them a chance to be able to be seen on a professional platform and play and get their names out there. So definitely root your guys' favorite teams as we do progress through today. But we do have something special going on. Currently, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is opening up their gates for Season 2, and we are partnered with Raz to officially announce the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, the Valentine Dash. When? It's going to be February 2nd through the 5th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the MLSA and MLBB NA YouTube channels. And we are giving first place a prize of $700 cash, and also the prize pool is super insane to tag along with that. First place will be receiving 25,000 diamonds for their team. Second through 4th place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will get 10,000 diamonds as well. Now, I know, what a time to be alive, right? An insane tournament, some insane giveaways, and some big teams that are going to be competing. The Valley's currently registering, Team Gosu, you name it, they will be there. So definitely tune in and support your guys' favorite teams, as I'm pretty sure all top teams would be there. Not to mention, we have some amazing casters to join the desk already. I know Wolf's been talking about it. We're kind of contacting Rashi, so much more. Mirko gonna make that little special appearance as well. So definitely be tuning in. You're gonna see Assassin Dave, Trex, you name it, they'll be there as well with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Myself, Master Rim, Eunice, Coach Deku. Definitely look forward to seeing everybody kind of cast it out moving forward. But enough about that. I'll kind of harp about that as we go on through today's live stream. Let's take a look at the schedule today. Series 1, we are going to be seeing Dark Immortals go up against Rebels in Paradise. It is going to be a best of 3. Series 2 is going to be Prime Esports going up against 314. And then for Series 3 of today, we're going to be seeing Nephilim go up against Bloodhounds Academy. And then to close out the day, Yin or Yang up against Fnatic Esports. As we are seeing Dark Immortals and Rebels in Paradise get ready in the Land of the Dawn, who are you guys rooting for Game 1? Joined on the desk today, I do have an amazing on-point analyst going by the name of Coach Deku. Do you even breathe? And I will be handling the play-by-play. How you doing today, Deku?
Heading into, like you said, Season 2, Week 2, Day 2, and I'm definitely looking forward to some great matches. We got a lot of good teams slotted, and this first series is definitely going to be a great one to watch, right? We have Dark Immortals, one of those veterans in the MLSA, up against Rebels in Paradise. Some veterans in the Mobile Legends community. They are stepping in MLSA for probably the second time, so still a little newish over here to the Scrim Academy. So very excited to see them up against one of the older teams, right, in the MLSA. It'll be nice to see how Dark Immortals will be able to match up against Rebels and Paradise. Actually quite fond of. I was waiting for them to actually sign up, right, sign into the MLSA and hop out here for some scheduled scrims. It does seem like maybe we're having a little bit of issue, but I think we're back. We're here to the draft. We're seeing some of those bands, right? We walked in from the top. There we're seeing Joy and a couple other picks as well being taken out. Fred, Valentine.
I think we got a little bit of lag on Deku's side, but I'm gonna go ahead and cover the show on. So we are seeing Jay go up with this Lapu. The draft is in over there on the blue side. We are looking at Rock Bomba, Sorry God Bless, Jay, Soy, and Ipos. And this is going to be Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise. Now, one thing that we do know is Dark Immortals is a team that's been competing since Season 1. And I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. They are going up against Rebels in Paradise, though, a team that's kind of been known across the Land of the Dawn. And the name speaks for itself, right? R.I.P. You are seeing this Lapu be picked up by Jay, and it is going to go up against Centrility on this Dairoth. It's going to be a very frontline engagement over for the XP lane. Now looking at Sorry God Bless, picking up this Moskov, a little bit of homage over to CW with that Moskov attack speed possibly on the way, and picking up that Inspire. You are looking at that Brody, that late game damage dealer, to use the torn apart memories to, you know, do some damage from afar. And I'm wondering how this battle will go for the gold side, as Moskov can be a little aggressive, but you got to be careful on overextending. It's all Brody needs is 4 stacks to be able to tear you apart. Rock Bomba picking up this Faramis. It's going to go ahead and give some sustainability with that Colt Alter to be able to provide some heal to the entire team. And I can't wait to see how it kind of goes. But one thing they are lacking right now, right, is some CC. Yes, they have the support. Yes, they have the damage, especially in the early game, but they need something to kind of keep them in these engagements. So possibly locking a group tank will kind of seal the deals. We know typically this Faramis is slotted as the mage, but the cool thing about it is it can also be a flex pick.
Definitely can be a flex pick. And liking the composition, right, that we're seeing from both of these teams. A lot of burst potential coming in from the side of Rebels in Paradise, though. They have the Dairoth, that Brody, and Lunux. There's going to be a formidable composition. If you are the side of Dark Immortals, they're going to have to find a way to kind of mitigate some of that damage. They do have a Colt Alter, right, to be able to play against some of the bursts. But will that be enough up against that 3-man, what I'd call an execution squad from the side of Rebels?
Yeah, definitely an execution squad indeed, and both sides kind of waiting to the later phase of the draft to show their tanks. And I kind of love this, right? One thing that the side of Dark Immortals does have in their favor is being able to flex that Faramis into the roam position if needed. They still can slot, you know, a Kai in the roam position possibly, or anything really frontline with CC for that roam, or also the jungle. There's just so much versatility that they can kind of pull out with this draft. But when you look at the side of Rebels in Paradise, right, they still need a little bit of group CC too. So I kind of feel like it's a similar story. And both sides, depending on what they're going to slot in for their roam, will kind of seal the deal. But something that was taken off the board, right, is that Atlas. And I like that from the side of Dark Immortals, as that would have been a solid pickup, especially for Rebels in Paradise, is that Diggy has not been taken off the board, and they do have second pick to give them the last option for this draft.
And right now, right, we're seeing the tank Karina actually be locked in, furthering that agenda that we kind of pointed out as far as the execution squad. Now you're adding in that Shadow Assault from the side of Rebels. They are definitely not falling short of those finishing moves, right? You have the Chaos Assault, you have the Abysmal Strike, Torn Apart Memories locked in for those first 4 picks. They have a lot of damage, but Weezy, something we're not seeing, right, is the front line. It'll be interesting to see if they will even go for one, or they're going to commit to maybe an all-die, maybe a pick off Rome, which wouldn't be a bad option with this composition, and definitely would be able to find some openings up against the side of Dark Immortals, who is looking for those team fight setups, as we're seeing the Lolita and Faramis be comboed into their draft right now. So we're going to have to see how this is going to go out through the rest of this draft, as the final pick has been locked in from the side of Dark with the Amon, and now we're swinging right back over to the side of Rebels.
And it looks like they're going to hover over this Grok. They do need that roam. We can go ahead and guarantee this Dairoth in the XP lane, since Karina has been slotted as the jungler. And they definitely need some front line CC. Grok definitely one of the heroes that can get the job done, using that Guardian's Barrier to possibly stop the Numenon Blast that Soy will be winding up over there on that Lolita, who we've kind of seen him wreak havoc with inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. One thing that Lolita does have at her disposal is that shield to be able to kind of block, especially with Lunox and the Chaos Assault, that burst magic damage that she deals. It's a good way to defend it. The Brody can kind of block that as well with this Torn Apart Memories. So I can't really knock it. I like that draft, and you are going to see Rebels in Paradise finalize their side. Going to go ahead and slot in that Grok for the roam position. Ladies and gentlemen, both teams have officially found their compositions. And who are you guys voting for taking game 1? We are seeing Dark Immortals go up against Rebels in Paradise Series 1. This will be a best of 3. The polls are out there. I see everybody voting. It was 72% over there for Dark Immortals and 27% for Rebels in Paradise. So they will be considered the underdog right now for today's game. And I want to see how this plays out. As if you are looking at the draft, right, you do have some good early game potential from the side of Rebels in Paradise, especially when they have that Dairoth, the king of the 1v1 lane, going up against Lapu, though, who is also a strong meta pick, but got to be careful on being overly aggressive, as that Dairoth can definitely burst down the beefiest and strongest of the fighters in the XP lane, especially in the early phase.
And we definitely talked about it, right? The early aggression that they have in the composition. And they did finalize that draft with the roam. That kind of figured, right? They took the pick off type of roam there with the Grog, with the Wild Charge, can set up for a lot of these picks on the side of Rebels, right? Can definitely lead to some big time, maybe combinations with the Lennox, the Abysm Strikes, even locking someone down long enough for this Karina, which is looking like going to be a tank Karina with that jungle emblem. Allowed some time to be able to burst down some of those options, some of those picks. So I do feel like Rebels has a very directional draft, right? It's very clear what they're going for. They want the pickoffs and they want to abuse their early game power spikes and be able to secure those kills in those quick skirmishes. Definitely don't want anything drawn out against Dark Immortals with that Faramis, with that Cold Tilter, the re-engages with the Numian Blast and Lolita's Hand. So the win condition is very clear from the side of Rebels. And I think Dark just has to avoid, right, those early skirmishes, giving the early pickoffs and kind of go for those grouped up 5v5s as the game transitions.
And speaking of early pickoffs, Eugen in a bad situation now, barely with any HP, is going to go ahead and use a little bit of the power of light, but Jay is going to find him and take him down. But Centrility answering back is going to find a kill, taking out Eugen, and that is a 1-for-1 trade already. Both teams having a kill at their disposal. But looking at the bottom lane, you are seeing this Brody go up against this Moskov. We kind of talked about it. Moskov, who can be a little bit overly aggressive, but when you go up against that Brody, all he really needs is some stacks. And once he hits that level 4, those torn apart memories will definitely burst down Moskov if he is not careful. But he does have the Inspire, something Brody doesn't have. He has the Flicker for some escape utility. But on the top side, a gank, Vic's going to take down Mon, and that is the jungler for the side of Dark Immortals who has fallen.
Absolutely, and that's 3 kills into the hands of Rebels. Like we pointed out in the draft, they're definitely looking to enforce that will right early on in the game. So they were looking for a little bit of start on the turn. We're going to go ahead and let that reset as they were contested by members of Dark Immortals. It's going to be a major neutral objective, right? The first one. I would have suspected Rebels to maybe go for the setup in the bot side, right? With this pickoff composition, maybe go gank for the marks. It looks like they're going to maybe commit for this turtle, and I feel like that's a bit of a mistake. Level 4s are in play for members of the side of Dark, and it looks like now the contest is happening.
You do see the Shadow Stampede going in with the Cold Altar. Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash. Misery very low, but look at the turtle. Brilliance activated by Lunox, and Vic able to pick up the Retribution, but Amon with the Endless Shard is going to find a kill, taking down Misery. The fight does not stop there. Shadow Stampede going in. Ipos connecting Endless Shard. Is going to take down Lunox, the mega kill, and now make it a triple as he finds his way into Dairoth, and you are seeing the side of Dark Immortals on fire already with 5-3 on the scoreboard.
And that went pretty much exactly how I figured there. I mean, the Dark Immortals, right, has just a little bit better of a team fight setup there. They lost the turtle, but they took down 3 members in trade, so definitely walking away with the upper hand there. I think Rebels kind of has to understand what they have and what they offer as a draft, right? As a composition, they're very strong in the pickoff. There's a solo Moskov on the bot side. I mean, I feel like the call should have been there to go for that play. But speaking of plays here, we saw Numian Blast get wasted trying to find the Grok, but obviously immune to the CC. Dark Immortals setting up for a lot of plays. But speaking of plays,
You see the Abysm Strike over there by Dairoth, chipping down Jay to only a hair of HP, and he is going to try and attempt the recall, able to get out just in time before Dairoth was able to close that distance.
Absolutely. And I mean, speaking of distance, Dark Immortals trying to find a gap at angle. Speaking of gaps here in the river,
You are seeing a little bit of an engagement on the way between Soy and Rock Bomba. 3 members of Rebels in Paradise. Guardian's Barrier going up to kind of block Soy from running away, but it looks like they are going to decide not to take this fight. But speaking of fighting, right, you are seeing this Lapu Lapu have a very hard time against this Dairoth. He did pick up that Bloodless Axe, though, so he does have some sustainability to be able to take this fight. Flicker used by Centrility to escape the raging slash of that Bravest Fighter. We're just seeing a lot of utility on the board used right now in this early phase without taking really any objectives, but there goes Dairoth rushing back in, Abysm Strike connecting and taking down Jay on the Lapu Lapu. Now 5-4 on the board. Dark Immortals still up by 1 kill, but looks like they are trying to lead the favorite on the scoreboard. Gonna go in for some kills as Turtle does spawn in. You are seeing the Chaos Assault activated by Lunox. Misery picking up a kill, takes down Ipos. That is a jungler for the side of Dark Immortals, who is not in this engagement no more. Soy getting a kill, bursting down Lunox over there on Lolita. Centrility taking down Soy for a respawn, and Vic gonna take out Faramis, and this is gonna open up the opportunity for the side of Rebels in Paradise to take this turtle. But Look at Jay trying to find a way for some Justice Blades to go in and steal the turtle, but no, the Retribution is a little bit faster.
Definitely a little bit faster. And speaking of fast, this game has been pretty up there, right? As far as pacing, both teams sitting at 6 and 7 kills respectively into the hands of Rebels. But speaking of things in the hands of, we see Darth with that Hepta Seize, but will that be able to save him on the top side here?
As you do see the Shadow Stampede pull him into the tier 1 turret, and now with the 3v1 situation, is gonna dash out of there. Numenon Blast is winding up, going down, gets the stun, and Jay is gonna pick up the, no, Soy picks up the kill, kind of takes it, and that was a flicker used to kind of get that kill, and I'm not really sure that was the wisest decision, as that is a lot of utility used just to pick up a hero with 1 HP, but Vic's gonna find a response, gonna take down Lolita over there on this Karina to respond back and get a kill.
And finding a response indeed. Karina is sitting at 3, 1, and 2, but in the backside, Brody winning the 1v1 on this Moskov. Finally finding his first kill of the game on the board there, as we're seeing a brilliance forced out by the Lennox. I think we did just see a clock that will get picked up by that Faramis. That is right. That is a clock of destiny picked up by him. Moskov going for that Corrosion Scythe build, not going to go for the crit. It does seem now, right, the DHS and the Corrosion Scythe itemization for a lot of these marksmans has become the standard, and it's really no longer up for debate if you're going to go for the crit for a lot of them. And I happen to agree, right? I do feel like Moskov definitely shines more with this new path, with the new Corrosion Scythe update changes and features. Definitely something a little bit better, a little more optimal, you could say, as far as the build. But speaking of optimal, very weird setup from the side of Dark Immortals here. You've seen them up in that top side quite a bit. I think maybe trying to relieve some stress, right? In the 1v1 Centrality being very aggressive to Lapu early on in the match. Maybe trying to punish that, maybe trying to get Lapu rotating. I mean, you can see him heading down now, playing that mid-river, looking like he's setting up for the turtle. But speaking of setups here,
you do see Eugen propping that brilliance over there to escape in a bad situation, as Amon was right by him with that possible endless shards on the way. And now both teams kind of giving some vision. They realize turtle isn't effective, and they are going to go in for this engagement to have the advantage over the objective. Torn Apart Memories finds his way into Rock Bomb on the tier 1 turret and bursts him down. And that is a kill into the hands of Brody. And now the conceal play to the bottom side, as you are seeing Moskov pick up the tier 1 turret for the gold lane with the separation, but now may be costly, as Lunox with the cast assault and the Guardian's barrier to block him down is not going to be able to escape that trade. And that is the marksman falling for the side of Dark Immortals. And now the lane is being proxied by Rebels in Paradise, and they are going to go for this turtle. But look at iPost trying to rush back. They do not know Soy is in this bush. Gonna go ahead and get a stun, possibly showing himself a little too early, and this is gonna give Vic the advantage to kind of get this aggro on this turtle and possibly get the retribution. But now Jay joining the fight. Rock Bomba in effect. Vic is gonna get the retribution. Doesn't matter. Rebels in Paradise takes the turtle. Ult being activated inside the Brilliance. Endless shards going down. Unable to take down Misery though. Lolita with the stun. You are seeing so much utility from both sides of the board trying to get a kill, but everybody's just kind of walking out of this, one of those awkward entanglements, as we should say, over on that turtle. But that was the side of Rebels in Paradise who was able to get it with the retribution.
Definitely a little awkward there, but speaking of awkward, tower falling the top side into the hands of Centrality on this die-off, even with those rotations up to the top side, trying to relieve that pressure. But speaking of pressure, Moskov did pick up that Swift item there on the builds stacked up with the Corrosion Scythe. But speaking of stacking here,
you are seeing the team stacking up, trying to get some kills. Centrality taking out Soy, and that was Jay, who also did fall. 2 members off the board for the side of Dark Immortals, which is going to open up the opportunity to possibly take some real estate. Moskov with the spear across the map, connecting over there on to Vic.
Does connect up there with Vic, right? And now Rebels is getting kind of online. They're up 4k gold, and we can see it in the items now. Definitely finding the mark. Darrow, a little interesting though, has picked up the Athena shield, looking to counter out Ipos on this Amon nice and early to be able to counter out some of those endless shard plays that we do know Amon is able to find, right? A lot of bursts from him. But speaking of burst, Darth does find an additional Fury Hammer for some extra flat pin in this early game. Hang on, it can still play from the side of Dark. This is an early and aggressive play
They are going to try and burst down Soy, who was caught a little bit behind enemy lines, and Vic's going to go ahead and take him down on this Karina. Moskov finding answers, though, is going to get a kill, but bursting down by Vic. Not a kill, but taking down the tier 1 turret for the mid lane to open up the map. At least, if anything, they were able to take that turret. But speaking of turrets, look at the tier 1 for the side of Dark Immortals. Did you see the bush play? Brody able to pick up a kill. It's going to take down Sorry God Bless. And they are not done there. They're going to take the tier 1 for the mid lane and now shift their focus over to the First Lord.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you want to do with those pickoffs. And those pickoffs are exactly what I highlighted and kind of detailed up at the draft, right? As we were loading into the match, I really felt like Rebels had a great chance here. But speaking of chances in the top side,
you see in heavy engagement, Moscow Spear connecting to Jason Trinity, trying to seal the deal. It's going to seal his fate and take down Jay. You are seeing Soy unable to get there in time, and Lord did go to the side of Rebels in Paradise, now pushing his way up the top lane.
Absolutely did have to use that flicker. It looks like the side of Dark is going to maybe set up for the Lord. He clears it. Lolita kind of maybe stalling it. No, I'm going to go ahead and back up, disengage. They don't have really eyes on the members. There's an eyes on Misery there in the jungle. They have to be careful. Any moment he can pop this wild charge. He does have the flicker as well. The play might be made.
It does look like a play on the way. You are seeing Lunox rush in with the Chaos Assault stunned on the wall by Moscow Spear. And Endless Shards is going to find a way to take Eugen down from afar. And that was Amon picking up that kill for the side of Dark Immortals. You are seeing the Lord push into the inhibitor for the top lane. And it looks like the side of Dark Immortals, not even phased with it, is going to burst him down. But the question is, do they continue this engagement for the side of Rebels in Paradise, or do they peel off and wait for Dark Immortals to kind of come out of their base? And it looks like right now you are seeing Soy. You're seeing Rock Bomba getting a little comfortable. Moskov throwing the spear for a little bit of vision. And it looks like the side of Rebels in Paradise is going to disengage and allow Dark Immortals to get back in their jungle for some more engagements.
Definitely. But speaking of engagements, Brody going to be opening up those team fights a little bit stronger. He did just pick up that Malefic Roar and be adding into the kit there for the Marksman. He has 3 damage items. I would expect him to build a little bit of defense now, as he has completed the Hepta and that Blade of Despair. Additionally, he does have the steel leg plates though, so a little bit of armor in that itemization path, but maybe a little magic damage, right? We're just seeing what Ipos can do to someone with those Endless Shards. But speaking of Endless here, it looks like Dark Immortal is using another Conceal, but it's not going to lead to anything. If they're going straight to the lanes to clear those minions, that's a waste of utility, and it's not really my favorite thing to see. Conceal is so strong, especially in the later stages, like that mid to late game setup, especially between two, good teams. A great Conceal play can really spell the difference in between a win or a loss as far as the setups game go later on. But speaking of setups, we are seeing, right, Eugen on this Lux, very aggressive. And you can tell from the KDA 1 and 4, popping out for those pickoffs, looking for the Lolita right out of the bush near the base of Dark Immortals. Needs to maybe tighten up and redirect his focus. Maybe some targets that are actually easy for the Lungs to burst down. Not quite there yet to find the kills, and the tank doesn't have that Divine Glaive, but does have 3 core damage items: the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Trunch, and that Holy Crystal. Just need a little back it up with some more of that percent penetration to go for those kind of plays. Speaking of plays, Dark Immortals though hasn't made too much noise on the map, simply trying to keep these waves managed. Maybe find some towers, but a Lord is in play. And speaking of plays, look at Rebels here. Keep an eye on them.
Gonna go ahead and pop the Conceal, try and get some pickoffs. Guardian's Bear going in, the Cult Altar to respond. Endless Shards going in, unable. No, Rock Bomba finding the kill, but bursted down by Misery. Vic is gonna take down Amon, and you are seeing Moscow take down Misery, and that is gonna be 3 members off the board for the side of Rebels in Paradise. A double kill for Moscow, and 3 members still alive for the side of Dark Immortals. And the question is, where do they go from here, right? They lost their jungler, which means they don't have a Retribution on the board, but they do have the numbers. If you're looking at Rebels in Paradise, they have their Brody, they have their Dyroth, but they don't have the Retribution either, and they're kind of lacking in terms of the numbers right now. And the question is, do they push in and try and contest this, as you are seeing some great zoners right now from the side of Dark Immortals?
Definitely some great zoners. That Lord is going to fall into the hands of this Moskov. God bless him, and God bless Dark Immortals. They're looking to end this game against Rebels in Paradise. That is the Enhanced Lord there in their hands. You know exactly what should happen next, right? The wave syncage should come into play. Should be able to push up these waves. You have a perfect Lord, right, going down the mid lane. It's exactly where you want it, 12 times out of 10 if you can. So now we have to see them focus onto these sides. I'm seeing a little movement up towards the top, a lot of grouping up in the mid. But no one's really answering over to that bottom side. There's no split coming from over there. Not going to sink those waves. Spirit Destruction though from Moskov. I guess that's supposed to be a bit of the push, a bit of the sink. If you're the side of Dark Immortals, just let that fly out and get it done. But keep an eye on Dark. The Lord has been taking down one turret in the mid side. So they're going to find two, even without sinking those waves, finding a lot of real estate up against the side of Rebels in Paradise right now. They are still down 2K in gold, but they're only down one tower as far as the map goes, as far as the setup is in between both of these teams. And like we know, the setup is what matters the most. The towers are going to lead to victories in the match. But hang on here, maybe a chance for conflict in between both these teams.
You see the flicker behind the Guardian Bearer for the wild charge for the knockup. Brody getting a kill, taking down Amon. Co-alter activated over there by Fairmist for some sustainability to keep the team alive. They are on full retreat for the side of Rebels in Paradise. Run while you can. Justice Blade's going in over there by Jay on this Lapu Lapu, but Rock Bomba finding a way to take out Lunox, but not before Lunox takes him out as well. A 1-for-1 trade, but look at the tier 1 turret. The inhibitor for the mid lane has been bursted down, picked up by Dark Immortals, who was once on the back end, but now has found a way to have the advantage in terms of the map. And what a crazy turnaround.
Absolutely a crazy turnaround right now that we are witnessing, that we are seeing. Dark Immortals is trying to make things happen against them. Glowing Wand picked up by Faramis there into the hands of Rock Bomba. He's 2, 6, and 7, but can definitely turn it around now with some of those items unlocked. Does have that holy or divine glaive as well. Pocket Destiny and that enchanted talisman can definitely stack up and lead to a lot of damage coming out from him. A lot of burst from the mid laner for the side of Dark Immortals. They definitely have what they need, right, to be able to swing some of these fights and even to go for some of those splits as well. But speaking of splits, Rebels can look for a pick off here. They are a little later on to the game. That Lunix has found that Divine Glaive as well. The magic penetration is there. All they need is an opportunity, the space to make the play. That's exactly what they can do. Be careful here, so too on the Lolita, as the setup could always happen from the Grok. They can definitely make the call to set up on a tank at this point, and both teams are playing these bushes very heavily. A lot of positioning in the jungle right now between both teams. Anyone can make the first moves. It's very dangerous for either side. Measure going to be pulling back that Shadow Stampede.
You are seeing both teams trying to bait the other out. Just a little bit of a stare down from bush to bush. And the question is, who is going to come out and take this fight? There goes the initiation, the conceal play from the side of Rebels in Paradise to rush in. Another conceal has been activated. You are seeing an unstoppable into the hands of Brody to pick up a kill. Takes down Rock Bomba and getting a double. Takes down Moskov, the marksman for the side of Dark Immortals. But this does not stop there. Ipos taking down Misery. Centrility taking out Jay. Only Soy by himself as all members are down on the board for the side of Dark Immortals. But wait a minute, Soy may have made a costly mistake trying to recall. Brilliance activated by Lunox, trying to get the wipe out and the shield to stop her. But wait a minute, the Cosmic Fission is going to go in, do some additional damage, and you are going to see that Chaos Assault be able to hit the mark to secure the wipeout for the side of Rebels in Paradise, and this is going to give them the opportunity to push in this Lord with no contest. And now Rock Bomba's spawning in. Moskov, 6 seconds, has to hold them off. They do not have minions, but here they come marching down the mid lane. You are seeing Sorry God Bless joining the fight, but will it be in time? No, it will not. Rebels in Paradise is going to go ahead and take game 1.
And this was exactly what we expected between these teams, right? It was kind of a pit fight. Maybe not be able to tell from the score, right? 27-13. Both of these teams came out and put on a pretty decent performance for match 1. But ultimately, right, the win falling to the hands of Rebels in Paradise, and MVP going to the hands of Centrility on this Dairoth, giving the hands and feet over to this Lapu Lapu. We've seen him edging out in that 1v1, even so much needing backup, right, from the side of Dark Immortals to kind of help against that Dairoth and still not being able to contain him or stop him. But speaking of contain or being stopped, Lunix actually finding a lot of damage in these team fights, 34%, 78k damage. Not only that, Brody as well, focusing in on those towers, as we see him locking on the Nexus to take the game for Rebels with 49%, 21k. Rebels in Paradise looking very strong in one of their first appearances in the MLSA.
And you just gotta love it. Hit it right on the mark. One of their first appearances in the MLSA as we have opened up our doors for Season 2. and already having a slight advantage over Dark Immortals, a team that's been competing since Season 1, and you gotta love to see the new faces in the Scrim Academy trying to shut down some of these vet teams. Definitely well played indeed, but like Deku said, this is just Game 1, and this is a series, so both of these teams are competing in a best of 3. A little bit of a look at the schedule so far. Series 1 is Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise having the slight advantage now and may possibly try and go in for this sweep. But will we see the Dark Immortals be able to find a comeback and take us to a Game 3? Moving on, we are going to be seeing Series 2, Prime Esports going up against 314 for a best of 3. And then Series 3, Nephalem on the way against Bloodhounds Academy. And then to close out today, we are going to see Yin or Yang go up against Fnatic Esports. A lot of new teams, a lot of new faces, and I love to see the competition all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. If you guys do want to compete, make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord now to go toe-to-toe with some of these teams you see today and so much more. But it does not stop there, as ladies and gentlemen, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting the very first ever tournament for the MLSA to close out Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We are partnered up with Raz over on Discord server, and we are going to be hosting the Valentine Dash. We're going to be giving away to first place $700 US cash and also 25,000 diamonds sponsored by Moonton. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth place will receive, and fifth through eighth place will receive 10,000 diamonds. All of this provided by Moonton, so a big thank you to them for their contribution to the North American community. And it gets even better as this will be live over on the MLSA YouTube channel, and the MLSA Discord is where you can register if you guys do want to compete. So make sure you guys stop by. The Discord server is in the pinned comment on all social media platforms. So make sure you guys tune in, and there's so much on the way for North America. And I'm just getting excited thinking about it. We have such amazing casters in it. We have good teams already registering. We have Gosu in there, the Valley, Ackerman. Oh, don't let me get too much into it. Definitely, if you guys want more of the scoop, register now on our Discord server and find out so much more, as it will be live starting this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. But enough about that. These teams are getting ready to jump back into the Land of the Dawn, as we are going to see Rebels in Paradise try and get the sweep over Dark Immortals, or will we see the side of Dark Immortals take us to a Game 3? We'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us. You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. It is officially Season 2, Week 2, Day 2. A lot of twos. Go ahead and guess how many I said, and maybe Rim will gift you guys an epic skin. But don't quote me on that. But quote me on what is currently going on today, as we are seeing Series 1. Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise, and Rebels in Paradise able to take Game 1 for the slight advantage. But the show does not stop there, as ladies and gentlemen, we are officially hosting the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament live on the MLSA YouTube channel and live on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel, where we'll be giving tons of gifts away. That's right, first place will get a total of $700 US cash and 25,000 diamonds, and that is all going to be sponsored by Moonton. So definitely give some big thanks to Mobile Legends Bang Bang to provide that for the NA community. Second to fourth place will get 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10K. Lots of amazing teams competing, like the Valley, like Gosu, Ackerman, you name it, they'll be there. And same with casters, as we do have some in-series casters that are going to sneak in and get some casting in. We have Mirko, we have Wolf, we have possibly so much more, as Trex and Assassin Dave will be there as well. But before we jump too much into that, you'll kind of hear this throughout the entire stream. Let's take a look at the schedule, right? Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise having a slight advantage, 1-0 in the best of 3. Is going to try and close us out with a sweep. What will Dark Immortals allow it? Then we will be seeing Prime Esports go up against 314 in a best of 3 for Series 2. Nephilim versus Bloodhounds Academy in a best of 3 for Series 3. And to close out the day, Yin or Yang up against Fnatic Esports, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel. Joined on the desk with me, I do have Master Rim, who will be your on-point analyst, and I will be handling the play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. You know, it was an exciting first game. It was a pretty close one, which is like what you want to see from, you know, these top teams, right? But looking into this draft here, we do see some strong things being picked off here. The Valentina being banned out, that Kaja being banned out, as well as that Carry and the Veteran and that Glue, right? We saw yesterday, I think it was that Glue being able to basically 1v5 the entire game. So he's definitely deserving there to be taken off, right? But Rebels in Paradise is really in paradise right now. They're happy as that joy was let through in the draft here. And they're gonna go ahead and slot that in with that Eve, right? We do know that real world manipulation is she's the queen of utility in the current meta, if I would say so myself, right? So when she is able to, slow the side of Dark Immortals there, that joy is just gonna have an easier time to, dance around and get them dashes in to be able to pop that ultimate, which is capable of dealing that poke damage to then burst them down, right? But speaking of poke damage here, Khan on this Brody, right? One of those ADCs that does passively stack into that late game. He does have the ability to pick off some kills as well with that ultimate, right? But speaking of being able to pick stuff up, Jay there on this Benedetta, gonna be in the EXP lane most likely. And just like the glue, she's able to rotate, cut those waves, and be able to still participate in those team fights to keep Rebels in Paradise at bay, right? So that's definitely something that they have in their favor, right? But looking again at that Bamba, and it's one of those picks for Dark Immortals I've noticed is one of their comfort picks, right? Whenever they have the opportunity to play this Faramis, they pick him up, and he's usually one of the win conditions for the side of Dark Immortals, right? So it's something to take note of if you're a potential team that's going to be going up against them some more in the academy, right? That's one of their comforts. So definitely look forward and pay attention to that comfort pick of theirs, right? But we are seeing the Lunox as well. She could be flexed. She could be, proxied into that gold lane, or she could be that mid laner. So it's an interesting draft there coming from the side of Dark Immortals. It has potential, but speaking of potential, we are in the second half of the drafting phase. So Weezy, who are you in favor of right now?
Well, this draft has been kind of interesting, right? But you are seeing Rebels in Paradise pick up Centrality for that Joy, and I think that's a solid pick. I'm not right now seeing a solid answer for it, as Joy kind of requires suppression to keep her at bay. If not suppression, one thing that we did see over there in the Seabowl men's division was the side of Echo picking up a, believe it or not, a Boxia with that shield that he does throw out. It kind of negates her speed and slows her down by 15%. But I don't know if they're going to pick that. I'm pretty sure they probably haven't even watched the Seabowl games, but if they have, kudos to them. Definitely something that they could use in their favor for the jungle. But speaking of junglers, Rim, something is still walking that neither side has banned out nor picked, and that is the Martis. And I'm wondering if this has been realized from either side and if they're going to pick it up, because it currently does work for both drafts, right? You could slot Joy over there in the XP lane and put Martis as the jungler, or on the other side, you could put Benedetta in the XP, which she primarily is usually at, and you can also run this Martis to guarantee that dominant position for these neutral objectives. As we are seeing Kufer be banned out, I'm wondering that's a possible response because they have the Joy and they don't want anybody to kind of slow her down, especially with that magic ball that Kufer does kind of provide to give some slow and stop Joy from getting those beats online for that mixtape. Maybe a smart answer, but there's still some possible counters, right? Like we said, the Boxia, the Franco for that guaranteed CC, but something that kind of limits right now for the side of Dark Immortals is that they slotted that Benedetta. Now Benedetta can go into the Eve, can get to the back line with the Electo, possibly pick her off, but that is Benedetta, not with the Petrify. We're going to see the Benedetta with the Execute, not your typical battle spell, especially for the Benny, where you want to kind of keep people in place for your Electo, that ultimate that kind of keeps them with some serious constant physical damage. You're not going to really have an easy time having them in that placement. So I'm really wondering how this game will go. Sorry, God bless, picking up the Selena. I kind of like it a little bit. We've talked about the suppression, especially on that Joy, but that is a lot to bank on. Maybe using the Abyssal Arrows to go into Eve when that manipulation does go down, maybe a possible answer, but we still need to see some heavy frontline presence from the side of Dark Immortals.
Right, and they don't have that, right? I don't agree with that Selena pick. I think slotting the Selena into that Eve with that real world manipulation as well as centrality on this Joy. We have a lot of mobility aside from that Eve there coming in from the side of Rebels in Paradise, right? And now that's a Selena most likely in the wrong position here. I'm gonna be shocked if they slot that in as their jungler, right? But she has a lot to deal with here. Like, I'm just not sure how those abyssal arrows is going to connect here, right? But I do want to disagree with something you said earlier, right? You said the side of Dark Immortals does not have an answer to that Joy. They actually do, right? The burst one of Joy's biggest weaknesses is burst, right? And that Lunox is capable of dealing a lot of burst damage there with that Chaos Assault, right? They do also have the Foramus that's able to pull her back with that Shadow Stampede, right? So if they're able to layer those skills and combos, they do have an answer for that Joy. I think yesterday we saw that Lunox going up against the Joy because the Joy was running the execute, right? And like we mentioned, Joy without that vengeance is kind of a easy pick off once she's not able to land those beats there. But speaking of beats, they were able to find the groove and answer with that suppression, as you mentioned, locking in that Franco as their tank. But we are seeing it's going to be a jungle Lunox from the side of Dark Immortals. Okay, and you know what? I'm not against it. It has the potential that she does have that burst coming from her side. She does have the mobility as well with that, Chaos Assault dash and that Brilliance ultimate to be able to steal these objectives and contest it, right? But looking at the side of Rebels in Paradise there, they are team fight based. They do have what it takes to be able to set up for those objectives and still secure those pickups, right? So it's really going to depend on how these players use these heroes to their full potential. And again, before I pass it off to you, I just have to say, I don't know how this Selena is going to perform. But maybe you would have more faith in it than I do, Easy.
I got to ask one question, Rim. What time is it? It's Onyx time, baby! You kidding me? They pulled out the Lunox in the jungle. We've seen this happen before, right? The Valley going up against Onyx. You've seen Mobazane slapping that watch after they took game 1. But to close it out, to take the Valley home, we did see Onyx pull out the Lunox jungle. And I'm really excited to see how this kind of performs as we do progress through this game, as we are seeing both teams getting ready to embark and possibly take the win. Rebels in Paradise has 1 win on the board right now, a little bit of a momentum boost. If they are able to close it out, they will get a possible sweep. But if not, Dark Immortals will take us to a game 3. But like you said, they are running, which you don't traditionally see in the jungle. I've only ever seen it by Kyrie himself pulled out, and I'm wondering how Ipos will perform. Definitely going to be keeping my eye over there for the jungler on the side of Dark Immortals.
Now, I'm scared for Dark Immortals, right? Look at their composition. They have the Lunox, they have the Selena, and they have this Ramis, right? And then they also have this Franco. Who is going to be the main person to push these towers? I think banking on the Benedetta to be that source of physical damage for your team is kind of, shooting yourself in the leg here. And it's interesting that it's shooting themselves in their leg when they're missing a marksman, right? But speaking of,
You are seeing engagement. The Shadow Stampede going in, pulling back Misery, and Ipos bursting him down with the Chaos Assault already online. Lunox picking up the first blood of the game, but Last Insanity going in by Xborg, trying to get a kill. Brilliance activated by Ipos in time to negate it, and Shadow Stampede pulling Vic back, trying to burst him down. He is able to get out of that engagement.
Dark Immortals definitely have to keep up this pressure here. Right now, early game is 100% in their favor, right? We saw that damage coming in there from the Lunox. So they definitely have to keep up this momentum here, because once this game is able to fall through that mid-game to late game there, the side of Rebels in Paradise definitely has a lot more banking for them. But speaking of,
Darcy and Joy get hit with that iron hook. It's like catching a fly with your fingers, but Joy able to pull it off. Look at the Abyssal Arrow going in, unable to connect onto Eugen, but something they do have is two basically suppressions, but Brody picking up a kill on the top side is going to burst down Rock Bomba, being too overly aggressive. Selena going to respond, taking out Eugen. One member off the board for each side. It's 2-1 right now. Dark Immortals leading the way, but Rebels in Paradise already having the zonage, and the aggro is going to go ahead and try and take this turtle, but it looks like the side of Dark Immortals having other plans. It's going to try and find a way in and possibly contest it, but with Turtle at barely any HP, down to a quarter, who will be able to prevail. Franco rushing in. He's going to go ahead and hit the Bloody Hunt, but you are seeing Vic a little close, maybe able to get the retry, but Ipos a little bit faster. And overall, a solid rotation as that Franco was able to allow Dark Immortals to have an easier time to take that objective.
Absolutely, and I'm not quite sure why it took so long to ulti there. He does have the immunity, but speaking of immunity here, we are seeing Eve not being immune to the aggression coming in. But speaking of aggression here,
we do see possible beats on the way, but Centrilli unable to hit the last note But look at Soy in the bush trying to get a iron hook, but minions are there to block her off. Soy's gonna go back door and check another bush, but that is not where Centrility is. And now Vic joining the fight to allow Centrility to have a little bit of an easier time for the bottom lane.
Absolutely, and that's what she needs, right? She needs to be able to scale in to deal some damage here. And speaking of damage being dealt, we are seeing the side of Rebels in Paradise apply a lot of pressure to this top side, and we actually saw a swap, right? Originally, the Selena was there in that top side, but she was struggling against the Brody, so it's a good call to put the Faramis up in that lane. But speaking of laning,
you see engagement on the bottom side, really trying to burst down Centrility on this Joy, but able to get away with that mobility, and this is going to allow the side of Dark Immortals to strip down the gold for this turret to increase the gold lead they already have, which is about 400. But looking at the top side, a direct response, Vic's going to find a way to kill Rock Bomba with the help over there of Brody, and now that gold has been stripped off that turret as well. But you are seeing the lanes be proxied from both sides, and the question is who will be able to take this first tier 1 turret.
Definitely look like it's in favor of Dark Immortals, right? They do have that 2 members there, opposed to Brody with that 1, but Joy is back on right, trying to defend her tower, not able to though, but a suppression
does go in, and you are seeing the turret on the top side. Brody able to clear that out. A direct translation of objectives, 1 for 1 on the board in terms of turrets. But look at Jay getting a little too over aggressive. Centrility letting him know, hey, I'm running Joy, you better back up. And definitely need to watch out as he is in a disadvantage not having that turret in his favor. But speaking of favor, Vic picking up this turtle with the Retribution, and that is both sides having a turtle now on the board. Numenon Blast winding in, unable to connect to any members of Dark Immortals, and some seriously wasted utility. Electo by Benedetta hit with the 20-part memories of Brody. It's going to burst down Benny, but looking at the last Insanity by Vic for the AoE damage to the full team of Dark Immortals. They are going to try and get the kill. Ipos able to respond back with the Chaos Assault, finding the kill, and you are seeing Brody take the turret for the mid lane, but the engagement is not over. Look at Ipos out for blood, currently 2-0-1 on this Lunox jungle.
Now that Joy was able to secure that mid lane tower, and we know how important that tower is, right? Dark Immortals losing that objective there is definitely going to have them on the defense. Now, as losing that mid inhibited turret opens up the map for Rebels in Paradise to, roam and find these gangs there. But speaking of finding things, he's picking up that enchanted talisman, definitely going to be able to help her spam those skills, right? And it's a good read as well. We are seeing the magic defense being built early from a couple members. But speaking of
the Iron Hook with the Bloody Hunt, sorry, got blessed picking up the kill. Gonna go ahead and rush in and use the most out of that set that Soy provided, and down goes Misery.
And that's what Dark Immortals have to do, right? They have to bank on these one-on-one pickups there. They have to have the number advantage because, like I said, Rebels in Paradise definitely has that team fight composition, and I'm not sure what category I would categorize the composition that we're seeing from Dark Immortals here. It's not really a pick-off composition, but it's not that strong for team fights as well, right? But speaking of team fights, one is about to break in here as we see 2 conceals being popped by both sides.
That's right, 2 conceals being popped, but both teams being very passive. Abyssal Arrow connecting over there onto Eve, and now that is going to open the door to possibly rushing for a set. Misery kind of trying to find some Numenon Blast to go down, but does not have the team to respond as the Electo going in to box them out. You are seeing the manipulation go down and immobilize Soy on this Franco, and Eve is going to pick up that kill for Eugen. They're not done there, though, as Joy is going to go ahead and activate that mixtape. You do hear the beats in the Land of the Dawn. Cole Alter to respond for some sustainability. Rock Bomba trying to get out of there. You are seeing Brody pick up the kill, taking down the Benedetta, and now Ipos going to be forced to kind of go back into the base with 1 HP. And right now, this is going to open up the side of Rebels in Paradise to take the next objective as Turtle has spawned in.
Absolutely. But while they're taking this turtle here, that's going to be uncontested. I want to take a look to, bank on these items a little bit more, right? Like I was mentioning previously, Rebels in Paradise building in that early magic defense, right? Definitely a good counterplay. But speaking of counterplay, that Selena was almost taken off there by that real-world manipulation, right? But looking at what Dark Immortals has going for them, we are seeing 2 Clock of Destinies being built in. They're gonna go for that burst and, late game sustainability, right? But we are seeing Jay locking in that Hunter Strike, definitely gonna help with that mobility. But speaking of mobility here, that Ram is not being mobile enough to survive that clash coming in from the side of Rebels in Paradise. They're in the top side, and they're capitalizing off of their composition, right? They're finding the weakness in the draft from Dark Immortals and capitalizing off of it. Ooh, beautiful sidestep there coming in from Eugen there. So Joy is definitely spreading the beats. But speaking of beats here,
You are seeing the Electo go in onto Eugen, getting the Petrify, and Ipos picking up that kill with the Chaos Assault. Lunox Jungle now 3-0 and 2. But look at Centrality on the top lane, trying to clear the minions. You do see the Abyssal Arrow going in. Rock Bomba rushing in for a possible Shadow Stampede, but Centrality a little too fast, able to get out. And just some beautiful trades on the map, clearing these minions to force the side of Dark Immortals to split.
now, I want to take a look to say, at the win conditions for Rebels in Paradise, right? We saw what taking out that Franco did for them. And I know, y'all, it's crazy. Why would you suggest or even think about telling them to focus this tank? Because he's the only answer for that Joy. In actuality, right? The Lunox, she wasn't able to fully burst her down. But speaking of burst here, Soy in a bad position.
You do see the torn apart memories with the full stacks. Brody gonna pick up that kill, and that is the roam for the side of Dark Immortals, who has been taken out. But the fight possibly does not stop there as Joy rushing in for the turret dive on the Rock Bomba. You are seeing Ipos go in, gonna go ahead and use the Cosmic Fission. The beats being activated by Centrality. They're gonna give him a little bit extra damage, but looks like he does not peel away. He's gonna continue to be a little bit of that harassment for the top lane. He's gonna go ahead and take these minions, and that's one of the things with Joy is if you don't have a solid answer to kind of stop him, he has an easier time. But they do have an answer. They do have that Franco comboed with that Selena. It's typically something you see more in the C server, and I'd love to see Dark Immortals trying to incorporate it for North America, but we need to see them get a little bit more online in terms of synergy. Maybe waiting for some possible Abyssal Arrows to hit for Franco to guarantee that Iron Hook, a bloody hunt, and that's a guaranteed kill.
It's hard for them to synergize here when their draft doesn't really work together. You kind of have to base it on luck, right? You have to get these lucky Abyssal Arrows or these lucky Iron Hooks, and banking on luck in a game like Mobile Legends Bang Bang is not really what you need. You need a good draft. You need some good compositions here. But speaking of things being good, we are seeing the side of Rebels in Paradise using Khan as bait here as they're going to engage on this Benedetta.
And there goes the manipulation. And now you are going to see Brody pick up the kill inside of that Electo. And down goes Benedetta and also the tier 2 turret for the bottom lane. Rebels in Paradise with the aggressive play. Brody going to pick up another kill, taking out Franco. 2 members down for the side of Dark Immortals, but it does not stop there. Brilliance being activated by Lunox, trying to escape. You are seeing the top lane be pushed into tier 2 over there by that Joy we kind of spoke about a little bit earlier, as Lord is making his way in to the inhibitor for the mid lane. And speaking of inhibitors, the side of Dark Immortals only have their inhibitors left on the map. And down goes the mid, and that is making the base open for the side of Rebels in Paradise to possibly go in to take this victory and take the sweep. You are seeing Joy pick up a kill. Eve responding, taking out Faramis, but Godlike activated over there by Brody is going to go ahead and find another member of Dark Immortals. That is 4 members down. Now it's a double kill picked up by Eugen on the Eve, and that is only Soy on this Franco with the flicker back hook, not able to connect to anyone. And ladies and gentlemen, Rebels in Paradise has taken the series.
Definitely gonna go ahead and book a vacation there for the side of Rebels in Paradise, right? They definitely deserved it. Here we are seeing Khan on this Brody's being able to secure that MVP, right? But speaking of things to be secured here, that Keith being able to lock in that additional utility from her team for her team, right? To be able to open up these team fights with Misery, to be able to land these aluminum blasts there, right? But I want to also take a minute to shout out Victor being able to, even though he lost out on that first neutral objective, he was able to secure the rest to help his team, you know, make way to that victory. But Serenity on this Joy, Centrality, my bad there, a little correction, on this Joy, being able to, even though she wasn't participating in that team fight, she was definitely still everywhere on the map, proxying these lanes, split pushing, and keeping the pressure on the side there for Dark Immortals, right? But speaking of pressure, looking at their team fight, participation for the rest of the members, 70% and above, right? And the team composition definitely favored that team fight. So beautiful draft and beautiful execution of gameplays there with these heroes that they slotted in. So it was a good try. Dark Immortals, definitely looking forward to see how y'all improve on the draft for the upcoming series.
And speaking of series, that is Rebels in Paradise able to close it out with a 2-0 sweep. Like Grim kind of stated, they did have an interesting draft. Kind of something you typically see in the C meta. Now, I don't know if I would have paired the Lunox jungle over there with the Franco and a Selena. Maybe something stronger like the Martis that was not banned out could have been a valid option. But when you have that Lunox jungle, you kind of require a little bit stronger of a mid lane to kind of get the job done, and possibly some group CC from the tank, because technically, if you look at Selena, you look at Franco, they kind of do the same thing, right? Some solo target CC. So maybe not even picking the Franco at all could have been an option, but I didn't mind it too much, especially when that Joy was in play. But I got to say, overall, good game from the side of Rebels in Paradise to close out that series. Dark Immortals, I can't wait to see what you guys do. I know they're always in the land of the dawn for the MLSA, competing every day, and I can't wait to see the next draft they pull forward after today's loss. But speaking about today, a little bit of a look at the schedule. Moving on to Series 2, we are going to be seeing Prime Esports go up against 314. Series 3 will be Nephilim going up against Bloodhounds Academy, and to close out today, Yin or Yang up against Fnatic Esports, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. So definitely tune in and vote for your favorite teams that you are seeing compete in the MLSA. Speaking of the MLSA, we are currently hosting the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close out Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2, partnered with Raz on Discord. We are calling it the Valentine Dash, and we are officially giving out $700 to the team that places first. There are 16 teams that will be able to compete in this, so make sure you guys register now on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. The prize pool provided by Moonton for first place is 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will receive 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get 10K. So definitely tune in, get some of these prizes. That is 50% of the participants able to get a reward from this amazing prize pool. So definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be jumping into the next series of the day here momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause it's just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley,
and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great. Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are live on the MLSA YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. And I appreciate everybody tuning in for the Land of the Dawn, as we are seeing 4 amazing series today. 8 teams competing it out, giving their all for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But speaking of their all, we are officially hosting the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, going live February 2nd through February 5th, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the MLSA YouTube and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel for the Valentine Dash. We've officially partnered up with Raz over on Discord to open up our gates for Season 2 and close the gates for Season 1. First place will receive a total cash prize of $700 US and a total of 25,000 diamonds, sponsored by Moonton. Second through 4th place will receive 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. There are 16 spots for teams to currently register for, so definitely jump in and get your spot in line, as we are going to be going live soon for this amazing event. And that is 50% of everybody that registers, that takes part in the 16 teams, to be able to receive a decent amount from this prize pool. So super big shout out to Moonton for providing their support to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American community. And now, moving forward, looking at today's schedule, we do have Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise in a best of 3. That's what we've seen currently, and we've seen Rebels in Paradise close it out with a sweep 2-0. Moving on now on Series 2, we do have Prime Esports going up against 314. 314, it's a team we haven't really seen kind of play in the MLSA before, but Prime Esports, we've seen them go toe-to-toe with Abyss. Abyss was able to take them down, but Prime Esports still definitely a valid team. It's had some seriously good games inside of Season 2 for the MLSA, but they are newer on the scene. Moving forward from that, Series 3 will be Nephilim going up against the Bloodhounds Academy, and I'm excited to see how that goes, as Bloodhounds Academy, one of the first times operating in the MLSA and possibly their first match. And then to finish out today's series, we are going to have Series 4 Yin or Yang going up against Fnatic Esports, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel. So I appreciate you guys tuning in, and hopefully these teams will put on an amazing fight, as we are all waiting for that anticipation inside of the Land of the Dawn. On the desk, join with me, I do have the On Point Analyst, Master Rim, to handle the On Point Analyst. Is going to go ahead and break down these items and keys to victory. I will be your play-by-play, so definitely buckle up, as we will be in for a bumpy ride, as both of these teams are currently ready inside of the draft, figuring out their game plan to take Game 1. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. You know, it's an amazing first series, and I'm expected to see what 314 here has in store for us, right? We are already seeing the draft in way here, right? We are seeing Moon on this Habit, right? He's been one of those majors that we've not really seen in the mid lane, but he's slotted into that gold lane. So it is a good flex pick, as you know, the enemies don't really know where he's gonna be slotted into yet, right? And that's always good, right? You have that confusion to bait up heroes into picking something, and then you being able to draft around it and counter it, right? But because something that doesn't have much counters in the XP lane here, we are seeing that Lapu being locked in for the side of Prime Esports there, right? And he's very strong. Speaking of strong things, we are seeing some strong answers to that Habit, right? We are seeing Max on this Kufra, as well as them locking in that for Rammus for that additional sustainability to draw out these team fights, right? And it's like I said, it doesn't matter where this Havard is slotted into. If he goes into that gold lane or the mid lane, at some point he's gonna have to be present for these team fights, and we're already seeing some strong answers to that. But speaking of things being strong, we are seeing that Fredrin, and one of his strongest places in the Land of Dawn here is being in that jungle position, right? He has the CC to be able to, you know, engaged there coming in from the enemies, right? So if you're gonna try to invade him, you're gonna be, taking a huge risk. It's a high risk, high reward play, right? But speaking of high risk, high rewards, we are seeing Egro. They're locking in that comfort pick of his, right? But one of his comforts, correction, that plot, being able to, burst down that cold altar in that late game once he's able to secure that Demon Hunter sword, as well as that other, 2 items that we've been seeing from the marksman recently, right? So I like the draft coming in from 314 right now, but I will give it in favor to the side of Prime Esports, mostly because they have a little more answers for the first half of the draft here, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of answers on the board already. When you are looking at Prime Esports, they have that Kufa, that Group CC, able to go kind of rush in with the Tyrant's Rage, get a possible knock-up, the Magic Ball for the slow, especially up against that Harith, will give him a little bit of a hard time, especially when he is dashing around trying to pick up some kills. You are looking at Boosie over there with this Faramis in the mid lane, so it's going to provide some sustainability, and I kind of prefer the Faramis slotted there. And then when you do have that Faramis as the mage, it opens up a lot more of a versatile draft, because you have not only sustainability, but you still can slot a roam for the front line. And now, speaking of frontline, Yukimura, like stated, running that Lapu Lapu with the Justice Blades, one of the best XP laners of this season, to kind of give him even more of an advantage with that Bravest Fighter, that Raging Slash, to be able to burst down in a 1v3 situation if need be. But looking at the side of 314, can't count them out yet, right? They do have that Harith. I'm not sure if it was the right time to show that, especially with not really directly countering anybody. They also did pick up this Claude to guarantee them some late game damage, and they do have some solid early game as well with that Harith, and also with this Fredrin Jungle, something that we've seen typically kind of pulled out in the North American meta and also inside of M4 for the World Series. And you can't knock it, right? Definitely one of the strongest junglers to get it done, but there's still some options on the table to give him a little bit of trouble. One of that is Martis. Martis is still available, still hasn't been banned out, and I'm wondering if the side of Prime Esports will pick that up.
It's interesting, right? Speaking of pickups here, they both teams still need a mage potentially, right? Actually, no, that Faramis is actually gonna be the mid laner. They're coming out for the side of Prime, as well as like I said, now that Claude has been picked up, we do know that Habit is going in the mid lane. So a little, misread there on my end, right? But that Atlas is open, and they still need a roamer, right? And honestly, I would lock it in. I wouldn't even hover it. I would just lock it in, right? Because the side of Prime right now, they don't have anywhere to potentially slot that Diggy, right? They already have that roamer. They already have the full promise for the mid lane. So it's a good option coming in from the side of 314 here, right? And looking at Prime right now, they definitely still need an ADC. I would suggest something like the Clint here to be able to, stop that Atlas in his tracks. He has, that second skill to be able to immobilize him and still get away from the engage and the dive coming in here, right? Or they could slot in something like the Melissa or the Bruno, which is pretty strong picks, right? The Brody has been banned off, which would have been, a good option for them as well, but they still have things open for them, right? They also still need a jungler on their side. I would potentially lock in that Akai, as he does counter that heavy spin, or they can even pick up they opted in for that Granger to be in the jungle there, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. They're going for this snowball composition here, but looking at the side of 314, they're stacked in every measure of the word, Weezy. Whose draft are you in favor of right now? Some interesting things on the board so far.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the Granger, he can play from afar, I guess, stay away from the Atlas if need be, but if Atlas rushes in with that perfect match and grabs him up, he is going to be in a little bit of trouble. So he doesn't have any means of escape outside of that dash, and with both drafts being locked in, I'm surprised they didn't pick up the Martis, right? Yes, you have the Atlas. Yes, you have the Fredrin for some CC, but when you lock in that Martis, there's no problem getting out of not only the Fatal Links, but also out of that Energy Eruption, that Walking Petrify that Kai Teasy is going to pull out with this Fredrin, who will have a slight advantage in terms of the jungle. One of the things that Granger has an issue with is closing in on neutral objectives if he doesn't have the proper team to allow him to do it. But you are looking at some solid compositions, right? Not only does Granger kind of have the hope of Kufra and also Lapu Lapu, but he has Faramis for some sustainability, so it is looking kind of promising to find a way into this turtle, but I'm wondering how the engagement will go. If that Fatal Link does connect, that is some guaranteed CC, and you do see some Purify over there on Faramis and Beatrix to kind of not get caught up in it, but the question is, will that be enough? As ladies and gentlemen, we are embarking into Series 2, Game 1, Prime Esports up against 314.
No, the side of 214 definitely they have the ability to be a little more aggressive in this early game, right? The late game is definitely in the hands of Prime Esports here, because even though you have that blazing duet coming in from that claw with that AoE damage, that is still two marksmen coming in from the side of Prime Esports, right? And if they're able to scale into that late game, the frontline presence coming in from Max and Lapu Lapu here is going to be something that 314 would definitely be struggling a little more with, right? We do know they have the Howard there, but they also have that Kufra with that magic ball to be able to counter him. But speaking of some counters here,
you see the double CC for the pushback of the Shadow Stampede, and you are going to see First Blood going into the hands of Granger, and that is a solid kill for Prime Esports to lead the way for this early game. And I love how you kind of mentioned, right, the double marksman composition. If they can pull it off, if they can take advantage of this early game, they will definitely scale through time and give 314 a hard matchup. And already seeing this Kufra not missing a beat, he's going to connect onto Ergo and get that knockup and give some additional damage, but look at Moon Pie, look at Tank Pie rushing in, perfect match. Gonna go ahead and try and pop down on Well Done, get the slow for the stun, but you do see the response. The magic ball is in effect to try and negate the side of 314 from facilitating that kill on their gold lane, but definitely a good try, right? You have to go for these kills when you do have the advantage, but a good placement from Max Hape over on Kufra.
absolutely. And speaking of good placements, right, the power of that Shadow Stampede coming in from Faramis, they're still being able to pull them back after that Atlas used this utility of that flicker to try to escape, right? But unfortunately couldn't. And that's how strong Faramis is, right? He does have the ability to not only give your team a second chance at survivability here, but he does have the CC to back it up as well. Speaking of things being backed up, we are seeing both teams clashing for this first neutral objective.
And in goes the Zaman Force, the Chrono Dash. Katizi is going to go ahead and pick up the turtle. That is Fredrin for the side of 314 with the first objective of the day. Kafka Prime is going to take down Yuzong to respond. They are not done there. Tyrant's Rage for the stun. Boosie picking up the kill on the Faramis. Two members off the board. The Fatal links into the turret. Perfect match to try and escape. Ergo able to take out Coffin Prime to respond back, getting a kill. The first kill for the side of 314. But overall, they were able to take that turtle. But still, Prime Esports with 3 kills on the board is going to have the lead in the economy.
Absolutely, and that's still because they actually lost the turtle, but they still have the advantage here, right? And that's because of the pressure that they were able to apply when getting that first lead, though, there, right? They did get those early kills in their hands, right? But we also, I'm looking at 314 right now. The Purifiers are still on board for Prime Esports, and this Atlas team, they definitely need to try to bait out those battle spells before Atlas tries to engage here. But speaking of engages, we are seeing both tanks setting up.
Do you see the Shadow Stampede possibly on the way, but no, not able to connect to pull back Tank Pie, and that's okay, because you definitely don't want to put all of your damage, all your eggs into the basket of bursting down the tank, especially this early in the game, when utility is definitely vital to winning these engagements. But there you go, you do see an Energy Eruption connecting onto Boosie, Shadow Stampede to respond, Granger rushing in, picking up the kill, takes down Moon Pie in the middle of the Zaman Force, provided over there on that Harith. And that is another kill for the side of Prime Esports, now leading 4-2-1. But look at Atlas trying to go in. Possible Fatal Links did use that actually right there, but not able to capitalize and get a kill as his team was not anywhere near him for that engagement, and that's going to force him to recall.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't take these early fights if I was 314, right? Looking at the composition, they definitely have to try to get this Claude online, right? But he's already on his path to becoming online, as he was able to secure that Demon Hunter sword, right? Once he's able to get that Corrosion scythe as well as that critical damage item there that recently got buffed. We do know how that trifecta works on him, right? But we are seeing a little, pause request coming in for these teams here. But again, I want to continue to look at these win conditions here, right? Like I was saying before, 3-1-4, they have this plot, they have the Atlas, right? All they have to do for the side of Prime Esports there is try to bait out those two Purifies, because if Atlas engages on Faramis and he's able to pop that Purify, he'll be able to also pop his Cold Altar, and that's just going to give Prime Esports the upper edge, as they already wasted so much utility to try and engage on the set. So they have to bait out some of these utility from Prime Esports. Get them to bait some skills if you can before you fully commit to some engages.
Yeah, definitely need to be careful though with those fatal links. You are the set potential for your team, and when you're running against that double marksman composition, they can easily burst him down as he's trying to set up that potential fatal links. They do have that Granger, they have that Beatrix, who can definitely get that job done, especially if they scale through time. You are seeing Coffin Prime over there on the Granger, already 3-1-0 for the KDA, kind of leading the way in the jungle over against Kaitizi, who hasn't really picked up a kill, but it's actually picked up a death. But one thing he did get was the first turtle. But now, looking at both teams spawning back into the land of the Dawn, you are seeing another engagement possibly on the way for the gold lane. That's Max Hate using the magic ball. Question is, does Ergo know he is in there?
Absolutely, and I hope he's able to read that, right? But he's playing on the back end, which is smart, because we know that he's one of those, marksman players that sometimes he can get a little over aggressive, which makes him get caught out of position here. But speaking of being in position, we are seeing Prime Esports trying to engage here, clash on this gold lane.
And there you go. You do see Kufer winding up a lot of shield for the side of Prime Esports to possibly take a fight. They're putting all their eggs into the bottom lane. Conceal play. Kufer winding up for the set. The knock up the tire space. Copper Prime getting the kill. Boozy taking out Tank Pie. It is not stopped there though. Alter has been activated. Copper Prime taking out Kai TZ. You are seeing Rainus Epithene unable to hit the mark. And that is going to be Harith able to escape just in time. That is going to open up the tier 1 turret for the bottom side. And man, some beautiful synergy from the side of Prime Esports.
Absolutely, and I know Beatrix's name is well done here, but honestly, well done to Max on this coup for being able to pair that Tyrant's Rage up with that Flicker, right, to be able to set 4 members there for the side of 3-1-4. But speaking of things being set up, we did see Beatrix locking in that Blade of Despair, right, and even though Prime has that snowball composition going for them, they also do have that late game, and Beatrix is already starting to scale. But speaking of things being scaly, Wheezy.
You do see a possible engagement on the top side. Blazing Duet going in, but Atlas going crazy with this camera. Boosie is going to take down Ergo, and the tier 1 turret for the top side will go to the side of Prime Esports. And also, they've taken the tier 1 for the mid lane, completely opening up the map and putting 314 in a back position. They need to kind of play safe. They need to wait, as right now you are seeing the side of Prime Esports already up by 5,000 gold.
Absolutely right. They have to set up to get these engages here. But speaking of engages, the fatal links
possibly on the way. You do see Kufer winding up. You do see Tank Pie is going to go ahead and get out of that engagement. You are seeing the concealed play to kind of increase that retreat, but that is a utility wasted for the side of 314, and that's going to allow the side of Prime Esports to take this turtle. Kufer winding up, contest on the blue buff. Kaitizi rushing out just in time, and it looks like he was not able to take it as Boosie steals the blue buff into the hands of Faramis.
Synergy coming in from the side of Prime Esports there is off the change right now. I guess you could say their synergy is in its prime era here right now. But speaking of Prime, Beatrix on this, M4 Prime skin here, definitely showcasing not only the talent of their playstyle there, but also their ability to, micro these lanes. But speaking of ability here, we are seeing some being used.
Ooh, the fatal links for the triple set purified by Beatrix, and he's gonna go ahead and make well done medium rare in that engagement and taking him down, and that is Tank by the Roam for the side of 314 out of commission. You are seeing a possible engagement over there for the red buff. Kufer winding up, not able to hit on that knock-up though, and that is going to allow Moonpie and Kai Teasy to retreat. But you're seeing a very dominant game in the early game from the side of Prime Esports. Can still play on the way, though. They're not done. Vengeance being activated over there by Urgo. Gonna use a mirror image effect to escape. Akufa rushing in for the knockup. Boosie takes down Urgo. Zaman forced by Harith. Responded back with a cool alter. Kaufman Prime getting a kill, taking out Harith in his own Zaman force. You are seeing well done. Pick up a kill, taking out the Fredrin. Black Dragon hovering over. Not the engagement he wants to take, especially not dropping on a full team as he is left by himself as 4 members have fallen from the side of 314.
None for the side of Prime Esports, and again, it's all because of this Feramis, right? The damage that he's able to dish out, as well as that utility that he provides, right? And when combo with Kufra here, we see how deadly it can be, but these teams are out for blood right now as Prime Esports is not letting off of the aggression, right? But looking at some of these items here that we saw being picked up for them, right? We are seeing this Beatrix locking in that Malefic Roar as well as that Blade of Despair. She's going to start dealing a lot more damage, and she's 2-0-5 right now, so she's in a comfortable position, right? But on that same breath, Granger also in a comfortable position, being able to secure that Hungry Strike as well as that Malefic Ward for that additional movement speed as well as penetration coming in. And we do see some defense, but is Shimon4 going to be able to defend this possible engagement? But Prime Esports playing it safe, they're backing off, they're not gonna force and engage where it's not needed, right? And that's what you want to see. That they have the Lord at their disposal here. They have the core items being built in at their disposal as well. So they definitely have to go sync these lanes to be able to push with this Lord here, right? They do have map control right now. They have the towers for the side of 314, right? And looking at their items, they're kind of starved out, right? There's only 1 or 2 core items being picked up, and they're going against a lot here. And there's not much defense coming in from their side, right? The Atlas, he doesn't have that magic defense at his disposal yet, and we are seeing the damage coming in from that Feramis there, so he definitely has to try to build in that, even if it's not a full item, but at least a second component to be able to, you know, face this damage and get a good engage here. But speaking of engages, the Lord and the side of Prime Esports making it their way to the base.
And there goes the mid inhibitor, opened up from the side of Prime Esports to try and take this finish. Zaman Force going down, but Granger gonna pick up a kill, taking out Katisi, the triple set from the Fatal Links. Coffee Prime taking the double kill, takes out Atlas on his own ultimate. Not done though, as both teams still engaging. Boosie's gonna take down Yuzong. Urgo responding back, takes down Kufra, but a double kill from Boosie, and well done, able to take out a kill as well. And ladies and gentlemen, Prime Esports has taken game 1.
It's a really, really good game coming in from the side of Prime Esports there, right? For Ramos being able to secure that MVP and his gold medals across the board. And it's like I said, they are definitely in their primes right now, right? Looking at the statistics coming in here, the team fight participation is up on the board, right? We are seeing Feramis having 100% of that team fight participation, which is not something that is that common, right? But the side of 2-4 kind of proving me wrong there, as they do have that 1% on the board for their side as well. But looking at the ratio here, it is 18-2, so that's not really something hard to accomplish here, right? But speaking of things being hard to accomplish here, they were able to secure this first game on the side of Prime Esports.
Well done indeed. First game in the books for the side of Prime Esports, taking down 314, a new team. First time seeing them compete in the MLSA, and right now it's just a little bit shaky of a draft. I do like the double marksman composition. I guess the whole plan was to kind of shut down Atlas, right? Tank Pie trying to rush in, trying to get the Fatal Links with the perfect match. Was unable to kind of facilitate that, as there's a lot of range damage to go up against, and also a lot of mobility. Not only did Beatrix have that Purify, but they had a lot of range with that Granger jungle with the Death Sonata to kind of rain from afar before Atlas even had a time or a chance to rush in. And that is going to secure the win for the side of Prime Esports for game 1, as this is just one match, one battle in the entire war, as both these teams are competing in a series of 3. A little bit of a look at the schedule so far. We've seen Series 1, Dark Immortals go up against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise able to close it out with a 2-0 sweep, and now Prime Esports up against 314, able to take game 1, have a little bit of that momentum boost. And the question of the day is, will they be able to take the second sweep of today, or will we see 314 respond and find a strategy to take the game and bring us to a game 3? Up for Series 3, we do have Nephalem going up against Bloodhounds Academy, and then to close out the day, Yin or Yang up against Fnatic Esports, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and also a special bonus provided by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and also supported by Moonton. We are hosting the Valentine Dash, the MLSA Season 2 tournament to close out Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2, partnered with Raz. We are offering $700 to the team that places first, as there are 16 spots to register. So definitely make sure you guys go over to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server now, which is in the pinned comment of every live stream that you're watching today's show on, and get your chance to compete. Now, looking at first place, like we said, $700 US cash prize. They will also take home 25,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. Second through fourth place will get 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10K. And it doesn't just stop there, right? There's already some big teams already currently registering. We have Ackerman, we have the Valley, we have Gosu. We also have some amazing casters on the desk that you've seen over there on the M series, such as Mirko, Wolf, Chi-Rex, Assassin Dave, myself, Master Rim, Coach Deku, and so much more. So it's definitely going to be a party for North America, and we'd love to have you guys there. Speaking of love, the Valentine Dash, a little bit of a pun there. But make sure you guys tune in. If you're looking for more events in MLBB NA, here it is, and we can't wait to see you guys there. But the show doesn't stop here. Both teams are getting ready for a match 2, as we are looking at 314 up against Prime Esports, and Prime Esports have in game 1 trying to go in for the sweep, but will we see the side of 314 respond and take us to a game 3? Find out here momentarily as we embark in game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, an insane match that we've seen so far as Prime Esports was able to prevail and take down 314 for game one. But that's just it. There's only one game out of the series as both of these teams are competing in a best of three. And the big question is, will we see the side of Prime Esports take the sweep 2-0, or will we see 314 get online and take us to a game three? A little bit of a look at the schedule we've seen so far. Dark Immortals going against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise prevailing 2-0, getting the sweep. Now on to Prime Esports with one match over 314 right now, trying to take another sweep. And like we said, we have to see how 314 responds for game two. On to Series 3, we will be seeing the Fallon up against Bloodhounds Academy in a best of three. And to finish off today, Yin or Yang up against Fnatic Esports in a best of three to close it out. All live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel. And we appreciate you guys tuning in the Land of the Dawn. But the show does not stop there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament where we are offering 16 teams the chance to compete. First place will get a total cash prize of $700 US and 25,000 diamonds sponsored by Moonton themselves. Second through fourth place will receive 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. All provided by Moonton for the diamonds, and for the cash prize, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy partnered up with Raz on Discord. If you guys do want to compete, if you do want to register, like I said, there are 16 spots. Make sure you guys follow the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy now on our Discord server, which is in the pin link of every single live stream that you're currently watching today's show on. So we can't wait to see you guys across the Land of the Dawn compete. And shout out to everybody tuning in to today's show. But speaking of the show, a little bit of a look at what we're seeing so far. 314 up against Prime Esports. Prime Esports having one advantage, and now they're at match point as they did take victory for game one. And the question is, can they get the sweep? Or will we see the side of 314 kind of prevail and take us to a game three? Joined on the desk with me, I do have the on-point analyst going by the name of Master Rim. And I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim? Did you like that introduction?
Yeah, it was good. You know, I think it was very, very fitting and deserving of an introduction, if I do say so myself, right? But speaking of things being deserving here, I do see some good bans being banned out on both sides, right? We are seeing 314, they're banning out that Kaja as well as that for Rambus, right? They did struggle up against it there from the side of Prime Esports in the previous game, so they're definitely learning from that experience and picking it off, right? We are also seeing that Blue being banned, and like I mentioned, he's one of those heroes that once played correctly, he is able to 1v5 and, you know, still come out on top there, right? But looking at the bans on the top of the side of Prime there, the Joy being taken out as well as that Kiev and that Carry right now. Kiev has been one of those mages that, you know, kind of sneaked her way back in. She was in the meta, then she went silent for a little bit, and now she's back, and she's one of those prio picks or prio bans, right? But speaking of some priority here, we are seeing this Lapu Lapu being slotted in for the side of 314 there. As like we said, he's one of those stronger fighters there in the EXP lane, right? But we also saw that Dorath having the potential to still burst him down if he doesn't play his cards, right? But speaking of burst, right, we are seeing the Hayabusa being locked in for the jungle for the side of 314 there. He is going up against that Fredgen, which just got locked in there for the side of Prime Esports. So he's not going to be able to, you know, invade as he is a little more tankier, right? But we are also seeing Tadpad locking in this Grok. Now, he does have that not lethal counter, but his ultimate there to be able to, you know, get some sets there for the side of Prime Esports. So I like the draft. They have the frontline, the wild charge. That's it. He has the wild charge at his disposal, right? To be able to get some sets for his team, right? And they also have this Lapu Lapu, who's going to be able to just combo on top of that. So I like the draft that I'm seeing for the side of 314. the second time around here. They definitely have better priority picks and picks that can offer a lot more for their overall team composition.
Yeah, definitely team composition is one of the most things that you want to kind of focus on in the draft, right? We see a lot of teams kind of falter when it comes to this, especially teams that are kind of new in the scene for being professional in North America. And that's definitely what separates a great team from a good team. And right now, looking at the composition so far, Kaizen locking in that Lapu Lapu. Nothing too out of the ordinary. You know, the Lapu works, but he is going up against Yukimaru over there on that Dairoth, who have a little bit of an easier time with that first engagement, as Dairoth is the king of 1v1. Well done over there on this Brody. It has to watch out over there for that Hayabusa, but one thing Brody does have is that kind of kickback, that stun, to be able to keep Hayabusa in his place right before he can hit that Ouija Shadow kill, but still needing to kind of watch out, as that is an easy pickoff for Kyle Teasy if Well Done is not careful. But Coffin Prime, who we did see on that Deadly Granger, has now picked up the Fredrin, and the question is, how will he perform? Fredrin, one of the best junglers to get the job done, one of the best fighter junglers for this season, with that Energy Eruption to kind of displace and stop heroes from using their skills, a walking Petrify. But like we said, Kai teasing on that Hayabusa, able to use those quad shadows to get in and out of the tricky situations, has an ability to split push and take some of these turrets when the side of Prime Esports is not paying attention. So you have to be careful and watch where Kai TZ is at all times on the map. And now Tank Pie, locking in something that I traditionally love to see, but not for the third pick. I kind of would prefer it to be picked instead of the Lapu here, the Grok, right? Because that creates the opportunity for two things. You can slot the Grok in the XP lane, you can slot the Grok as the roam. But with that Dairoth already being slotted in, you have to be careful, as Dairoth loves the beefier heroes. He can kind of break their armor, rush in, hit the Abysm Strike, and burst them down. So Grok definitely needing to be careful on how he tries to engage, especially as a frontline who needs to get that wild charge, that Guardian's Barrier to provide the CC and get the sets for the team.
You know, speaking of sets there, I was not expecting the side of 314 to ban out this Farsa, right? I was actually about to suggest that it's a mage that they pick up, right? Because looking at the draft coming in from Prime Esports here, they have that backline and frontline presence, right? They have heroes that has to dive in, right? But they do, at their disposal, they had the Grok. And when you combo that wild charge with that feathered airstrike, she's able to get to that backline and apply overall pressure here, right? But speaking of heroes that can apply some pressure, we are seeing this Alice being locked in. She is going to be in that mid lane. She is running that Vengeance. I'm not sure how I feel about the Alice pick. I feel like there's a lot more that they could have went for here. They could have even went for that Kadita pick themselves to be able to, you know, mitigate some of that damage coming in there, and also the set potential as well, right? But speaking of potential here, Moonpie locking in this Logi, and I love this pick here. Even though I was gonna suggest the Farsa, I think it works, and I'm gonna tell you why it works, right? Like I was mentioning before, the side of Prime, they have these heroes that's required to dive and stay in these team fights to be able to dish out that damage and apply that CC, right? And that's where Logi kind of shines with that Yin Yang Overturn. She does have that passive that's able to, you know, constantly keep the other team at bay in these team fights, right? So it's an amazing pick coming out from Moonpie there on this Logi. But I also want to talk about that ADC pick there. She is going up against that Brody, and that Iridil is also one of those marksmen that's kind of able to get the job done, and she has some mobility at her disposal, right? But Max locking in this Chow and that Way of the Dragon is going to be kind of deadly for the side of 314 here. But looking at these drafts, Weezy, both of them have a deadly composition, right? But who do you think is going to have the upper hand here?
Well, this is not something you typically see from either side. I think some interesting picks indeed. The Lu Yi being slotted in definitely provides some CC, especially against the tough frontline position. And I might actually go for the side of 314, having a little bit better of a draft, especially with that Hayabusa, who they don't really have a direct answer for. If he is careful, or if he does play right, he can get to the side lanes and get some easy pickoffs, especially on this Brody. But they do have the Brody, so I would say it's kind of an even draft so far, and it's gonna go down to how both of these teams kind of operate. Like you mentioned, that Cho in the roam position, the way the Dragon, the displacement to be able to go in and get a dive for a possible kill is what they kind of need for the off lane. And I'm wondering how this will kind of transition as we do go into the neutral objectives, as both of these teams are working for their level 4. But the Alice, right? The Alice is what's kind of having me question what the game plan is, right? Yes, you have a little bit of that late game, but that's going to put a lot into the hands of Well Done to close us out if we do go to the late phase. But if you look at the opposing side, Ergo can definitely get the job done. They do have this Lapu Lapu. So I got to say, it's not really too many answers from both sides to really lean on either side. And it's just really going to boil down to how these teams pull off these compositions.
No, I definitely think that I would probably favor the draft of Prime Esports here, right? And that's because looking at their heroes, right? All of them is able to slot in defensive items in their full build, right? And still be able to be beneficial. But speaking of things being beneficial, we are seeing engage here in the bot side as Well Done is made to be very low. He's probably gonna have to recall now or play really safe, right? But it's like I was saying, Prime Esports, their team composition has the ability to be tanky and still be able to dish out damage. But speaking of damage being dished out here,
you are seeing the G Kundo over there by Cho rushing into Ergo on this Irithel, but not worried about it. Knowing he has the mobility, is going to sustain himself inside of this lane. And now Moonpie wrapping around, Tank Pie as well. Max Tape in a tricky position is going to go ahead and dash out over there right before he could get caught by that 3-man gank.
I like the rotations that I'm seeing, right? They are noticing that they're putting more pressure in these lanes here. But speaking of pressure in these lanes here,
you do see that Lu Yi trying to get the yin yang, trying to get that set. The flowing blood pulled out by Boosie to try and do some range damage. But speaking of damage, the backdoor play, Coffin Prime's going to take the turtle. As you do see Yukimura give him some heavy frontline presence. So Ouija Shadow Kill going in. First blood going to Alice, taking down Lu Yi. Fight not over though. You are seeing the Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash going in. Is going to find a kill, taking down Max Ape, and down goes Kai Teasy as well. But not before Max Ape does fall. Fight not over though, as you are seeing Tank Pie was barely in HP insane over there for this Lapu Lapu. Both of them are going to go ahead and recall to safety. But right now, with Prime Esports able to take that turtle and also able to lead with 1 kill, they definitely have the early game advantage.
absolutely. And like I was saying, right, when that Alice, she's going to lock in that Clock of Destiny, and then she's potentially going to lock in that Dominance Ice, as we've been seeing from these builds, right? And like I said, Brody, he's one of those ADCs that can slot in the Athena Shield. He can slot in that brute force to be able to have not only magic defense but physical defense. And speaking of defense here,
you do see the diversion over there by Lu Yu to teleport, and you are seeing the heavy engagement, the stun over there. Yukimura on the top side over there on the Dairoth is going to find a kill onto Lapu Lapu. Torn apart memories activated, unable to burst down Tank Pie, but Kai Teasy is going to find Dairoth over on the top side. Even though there's not that many members up there and all members on the bottom side, there's more action for the top lane. Maybe needing to pan the camera over there next time this engagement happens. But look at Sho, Jikan Do going out, not able to hit the mark. Is going to go ahead and decide to go off of that fight. But looking at the mid lane, looking at the side of 314, trying to hang in there, trying to get the scoreboard even in kills, currently down by about 2,000 gold.
they definitely have what it takes to get back up there, right? We did see Hayabusa being able to secure a kill in that top side, and that's what you want from your assassin junglers. But speaking of securing some kills,
that is not what you want from your marksman, but Well Done's gonna burst down Ergo with the way the Dragon's a combo with it. You are seeing the quad shadow for Katizi to escape, and Tank Pie gonna find a kill, taking down Cho. Down goes the Blood Ode over there by Alice for the AoE lifesteal. Is going to rush in with the flowing blood. Tank Pie unable to escape, hugging the wall and hoping to get out of that. And that is Boosie picking up that kill, taking down Tank Pie. But in the mid lane, wait a minute, Abysmal Strike with the flicker. Not able to get the kill though, and you are going to see Lu Yi teleport in with the diversion.
Absolutely, and beautiful plays there. Was a good try to secure that kill, but unfortunately he did waste a utility there, right? So now that the side of 314 knows that, they definitely, I would expect the EXP laner there to capitalize off of it, as he did also waste that ultimate. Speaking of ultimates,
The way of the dragon for the displacement 3v1 situation, tanked by flickering out, but is it enough to escape? Wild charge for the knockup, but is gonna be bursted down over there by Brody. And MaxApe able to use the Shun Poo to get out. Now you are seeing a 3v2 for the bottom side. The heavy crossbow over there by Urgo and the Yin Yang by Luyu to try and stop them. But speaking of stopping, top lane 2v1 situation, you are seeing Hayabusa and Lapu Lapu double team on Dairoth and burst him down, and that is gonna allow the tier 1 turret to be pushed in over there by Lapu. But look at the minions being proxied from the side of Prime Esports, and now some stacks possibly by Brody, getting 2 onto Urgo, want some more, but you are seeing Tankpie going in, trying to stop him from getting the kill on their marksman, but opening up the advantage for the side of Prime Esports to take the tier 1 turret for the gold lane. But fight not over, you are seeing the Blood Ode go in by Boosie over there on this Alice, using the flowing blood, giving Tankpie a very hard time on this Grok, and you are seeing that Ouija Shadow Kill go in with the stun, Moonpie picking up that kill in the hands of Lu Yi. Some over aggressiveness. They were able to take a turret, but their jungler did fall in that, not the jungler, Boosie fell in that process on the Alice for the mid lane.
they were able to also secure that tower in the top side, right? So it's a good trade, you know, a tower and a kill for the side of 314 here, and that's what they need, right? They need to secure off of these aggressions here. But speaking of things being secured, the Rod gonna, you know, even that up there and take that tower in the top side. But we are seeing a possible engage here.
You are seeing Grok wind up, trying to do some damage. 3v1 situation, Yin Yang by Lu Yi, forcing the flicker out of Yukimaru. Gonna dash out of the Guardian's barrier and get out of that 3v1 situation. And with that distraction, Turtle is gonna go to Prime Esports.
But that's not all that went to Prime Esports, right? Looking at some of these items here, Alice, she was able to secure, oh, she's actually going for that bursty Alice route here, which is something that I've not seen before. But speaking of things to be seen, Weezy.
Engagement over the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. Wild charge going in, and Kaizen gonna burst him down with the Raging Slash. Conceal play by Tankpie, trying to get another pick off. You are seeing Boosie and MaxApe retreat, not the engagement they want to take. And right now, 314 in the defensive position, 6-6 on the board, but leading the way in terms of real estate is the side of 314 is now down to their inhibitor. Oh no, they still have their tier 2. I thought they were down to their inhibitor, and looks like it's pretty much almost even in terms of turrets, but they still are holding on to the tier 1 for the mid lane on the side of Prime Esports. But engagement on the top side, you are seeing the Braves fighter with the Raging Slash. Is it enough to hold off 3 members of 314? No, it's not, as Kaizen's gonna burst down Yukimaru with the assistance of Kaitizi and Tankpie.
But they're not done.
They're definitely not done. Out for blood, blowing Ode going in. Urgo is gonna fall in that process. Moonpie trying to push him off, trying to get some CC. And now they're going to disengage. One thing that the side of Prime Esports definitely has right now, there's a lot of mobility into the hands of Boosie and into the hands of MaxApe on this Cho. And you're seeing a hard time right now for the side of 314 to get online for these engagements.
That's the thing, right? They're spending a lot of time trying to shut this Rock down. But is he really the one you want to shut down, right? Looking at this Brody, he's able to pick up that Blade of Heptases. And I see they're going for a little combination here. Him and Dr. Roth is going to be able to apply that physical penetration, so the Roth would be easier able to secure those kills with that ultimate, right? But speaking of kills to be secured here, like I mentioned, this Alice going the bursty route over that, you know, the hybrid build that we're so used to her seeing, right? She did pick up that Winter Truncheon. She's going to be able to combo that with her ultimate there. But speaking of ultimate combos here, we are seeing Urgo on the server, they'll be able to secure that Windtalker as well as that Berserker's Fury. So she's definitely starting to scale up into this late game. But speaking of scaling up into this late game, we are seeing both teams try and clash it out for this first Lord at the game.
You do see Lu Yi with the diversion rushing in, trying to get a set, but was that the right answers? Well done. It's going to make the most out of it and take her down. Look at the Lord, barely hanging on to any HP. The knockup from the Wild Child. Yukimaru picking up a kill. You are seeing Coffin Prime taking the Lord with the Retribution. Well done, getting the double, taking out Lapu Lapu. Not done there, trying to go for the triple, chasing down Urgo. Urgo on the run with the heavy crossbow, hit with the way of the dragon, facilitating the triple kill into the hands of Brody and Boosie, taking down Grok with the 3v1. And right now, that is a full wipeout for the side of 314, and the side of Prime Esports able to take the Lord.
That's because, like I was saying, right, they focused so much on getting this Rock shut down, but the Rock is not the one that they had to worry about, right? That Brody was able to secure his core items there, and now we're seeing the damage coming out. And the side of 314, they don't really have an answer for it, right? But they definitely have to start getting that synergy online. We did see that Louis tried to set up that potential gank there, but mid-ulti, her team just kind of walked out of it. So they definitely have to sync, these sets and make sure that everyone is on the same page here. Pick a target, go for it, and fully commit to it. Because at this point, what else do you have to lose, right? You don't have the towers on your side. You don't have the gold on your side. But speaking of things being on their side, though, that Lord is after that tower.
And he's going to get quickly bursted down, but now down to their inhibitors for the side of 314 in a dangerous position as Alice rushing in with the flowing blood, and now the Blood Ode using the Vengeance. Yukimaru is going to go ahead and take an inhibitor, but look at the class of bottom side. Yukimaru not only takes that, but takes down Grok. Bravest Fighter rushing in, Ergo getting a kill, taking down Max Ape on this Cho, but the Yin Yang by Lu Yi getting a kill onto Well Done. Ergo responding back, taking out Yukimaru, Kai Teasy taking out Boosie, and that is leaving only Fredrin on Coffee Prime by himself, and that is one member lost in that engagement for the side of 314, but they did lose the bottom inhibitor.
Even though they did lose that, they're definitely gaining momentum, right? We're seeing the combos coming in, and that's what I was saying, right? But looking at these items here, Aretha locking in that Demon Hunter sword, right? She definitely wants to burst down some of that high HP coming in from the side of Prime Esports here. As we are seeing their composition, they do have that more sustained route, but speaking of sustained, Louis, you be able to stay in this fight.
You are seeing Copper Prime pick up a kill, taking out Lu Yi with the way of the drag and some displacement, and definitely not where you want to be. You got to be careful, as they don't have a lot of insurance if they lose these engagements, right? They are stripped down to only 2 inhibitor turrets, and the side of Prime Esports can afford to make a mistake, as they're still holding on to their entire mid lane. They're tier 2 for the bottom side, they're tier 2 for the top side, and now going in, they are waiting for 314 to be over aggressive, and not really sure if they want to pick that fight. They have to be careful, wait for the side of Prime Esports to be overly aggressive, take the advantage in their hands, and not play the game that Prime Esports is waiting for you to do, to bait you out, pick you off in the jungle, and get the early finish.
Absolutely, right? They have the anti-engage composition. So like you said, let Prime Esports try to, use that confidence and cockiness that we know these teams are capable of putting out once they have this lead, right? But we are seeing them already trying to burst down this Lord. It's a slow route, but they can potentially set for a potential steal here.
You do see the diversion by Lu Yi into that bush in front of the Lord. Wild charge for the 4-man knockup. All right, TZ is going to go ahead and pick up this Lord, facilitated by that Grok. A smart play indeed. The Guardian's barrier to stop Lapu Lapu's Bravest Fighter. Alice picking up a kill, though, is going to burst down Moon Pie with the Blood Ode, going in for another kill as he is immobilized. Ergo, well done, bursting down Kaizen on this Lapu Lapu, and it does not stop there as Boosie is going to take down Ergo, leaving only Kai TZ and Tank Pie to defend against the full team of Prime Esports, and they are going in for the finish. Blood Ode activated by this Alice. He is going to go ahead and do some AoE damage to these minions, and look at the Nexus, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Esports takes the game and wins this series with a sweep.
Beautiful game there coming out from the side of Prime Esports, right? We were wondering how the Alice was going to be able to perform in their overall draft. And it's like I said, right? These heroes have the ability to build damage items and still build defense into their full kits, right? We are seeing Alice picking up that physical defense there with that defensive item, right? We are also seeing Brody building in that magic defense as well, and Fredrin, we all know he's the walking petrify, he's that frontline presence, and he goes the tank build. If you see a damaged Fredrin, sorry to break it to you, you're probably an epic rank, right? But in these high skill and caliber matches, right, we are seeing these teams knowing how to itemize, right? Looking at the statistics coming in here from Prime Esports, right? Alice having that 76% team fight participation as well as Max. We saw the combos coming in from the both of them to be able to secure these pickups, right? This Fedra there, being able to secure those objectives. And even though Hayabusa was able to steal that Lord, the side of Prime Esports was able to secure that full team wipeout and able to end the game off of that play.
And definitely a crazy play indeed. Man, you're seeing the side of Prime Esports come alive as we progress through that series, and they're able to close it out with a 2-0 sweep over on 314. First time seeing 314 kind of perform. I think they definitely have some potential, and I look forward to seeing them progress through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, as our whole focus is to help these teams prepare for upcoming leagues such as NA and PL. If that is around the corner, let's manifest it. We can all do it if we all get together and stick together as a community, and so much more. But like we said, good games indeed. GG's over there to the side of Prime Esports and the side of 314. I can't wait to see what you guys do further in the season for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But speaking of the MLSA, a little bit of a look at what we've seen so far today, right? Series 1 was Dark Remotos going up against Rebels in Paradise, and it ended in a sweep 2-0. Rebels in Paradise leading the way. And now, same story with Series 2, as Prime Esports was able to get the sweep over 314. And now moving on, we are going to be seeing Nephilim go up against Bloodhounds Academy in a best of 3. And then to close today out, Yin or Yang versus Fnatic Esports, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. And I appreciate you guys tuning in across the land of Dawn. But it doesn't stop there, as the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting their first ever tournament. That's right, the Valentine Dash is going live February 2nd through February 5th. We have partnered up with Raz on Discord to offer $700 cash prize to the team that places first. We're giving the opportunity for 16 teams to register and compete. And don't worry about the prize pool, as Moonton has your back for the North American community, offering first place 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will be 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will be a total of 10,000 diamonds. An insane tournament in only 4 days. So what are you guys waiting on? Make sure you register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy now on our official Discord server, which is active on all the pinned comments for every single live stream that you are tuned into for today's show. And it just gets better and better as we are going to be embarking to Series 3. These teams are getting ready, so definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, because ladies and gentlemen, we have a show on the way.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless with the stars. Wanna show me what they know. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your hand? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down. Don't let it all. I'm on the road. Accomplish all of my goals and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are officially watching two teams competed out for Series 3 today. Insane matches on the way in the Land of the Dawn as we are seeing the Bloodhounds Academy go up against Nephalem. Nephalem, a team we kind of see compete time and time again for the MLSA, but Bloodhounds Academy, I know original Bloodhounds is led by Bocarasco himself, but this one actually handled by, I believe, Exio. Correct me if I'm wrong. And this is the first time really being able to see them kind of compete for the MLSA. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on their team as a possible coach in the making. And I'm excited to see how they operate through today's series. A little bit of a look at the schedule today. We are looking at Dark Immortals go up against Rebels in Paradise, best of 3 for Series 1. That's what we did see. Rebels in Paradise able to prevail with a 2-0 sweep in Series 2. Similar story, Prime Esports taken down 3-14, 2-0. And now Nephalem up against Bloodhounds Academy. And the question is, who will be able to take Game 1? And then to close out today, we will be seeing Yin or Yang go up against Fnatic Esports in a best of 3, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. We appreciate y'all across the Land of the Dawn, but the show does not stop there as the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting the Valentine Dash. This is the MLSA Season 2 tournament partnered with Raz on Discord, and we will be live over there on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel February 2nd through February 5th to allow 16 teams to compete. First place will get a total cash prize of $700 US, and also Moonton has chipped in with an amazing prize pool to give first place 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10K. 16 spots are available, so definitely make sure you guys register now through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, which is in the pinned comment at every single social media platform that we are currently live streaming today's show on. We can't wait to see you guys in the Land of the Dawn as we embark starting on February 2nd. And speaking of starting, these teams are ready. Nephalem up against Bloodhounds Academy, Series 3, Match 1. Joined with me on the desk, I do have the master with the plan, going by the name of Rim, to handle the on-point analyst, and I will be doing the play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to see Nephalem go up against Bloodhounds Academy here. Like, looking at the draft so far, we are seeing that carry being taken off of the board, as well as that Jordan Hayabusa, right? We did see him in action in the last game, but he wasn't able to come online. But he still has a lot of potential, right? Speaking of things with potential here, the Fanny also being taken out. She has that snowball at her hands, right? And you know, we don't know if these teams have a secret Fanny god on their hands. So she's usually one of those safe pocket bands, if you will, right? But we are seeing the veteran as well being taken out. We saw him being able to have that sustainability in the last game and being able to dish out some damage here, right? But looking at these drafts, the things that have not been banned, there is so much utility and meta picks being led through the draft here, right? First, I have to point out that glue being let through there for the side of Nephalem to slot in that EXP later, right? Even though the side of Bloodhounds Academy does have that Faramis and that 1-1 at her disposal, we do know Glue is still able to, you know, form his way around it. But I will say the Faramis is a direct counter to him. So that Glue definitely has to pay attention to that as well, right? But XSLA on this Valentina, being able to have that IMU to steal that Cold Altar for herself and her team, to be able to give them some additional sustain in these team fights, right? But looking at some uncommon things here, we are seeing Arceus Gaming slotted in this Mia here. Not a common pick, and she is going up against that 1-1, right? So maybe it's a comfort pick to be able to slot it against a marksman in that lane who's able to have that early game aggression against you, especially since she's going for that Inspire. So she's definitely gonna have to play safe there for the side of that Mia in that gold lane. Easy. The first half of the draft has been completed, and like I said, there's some amazing prio picks going in the hands of both teams here. But who do you think has the stronger picks at their disposal so far?
Well, right now, when you look at X, he has the Faramis. It's a direct counter for the glue, so I'm possibly expecting them to shut him down. But I do like that the fact that the Fallon picked up this Valentina, that's still the ultimate over there by Faramis, that Cold Altar, that second line of defense to give you some additional HP when things are not working in your favor. And I think it's a good read to pick up the Valentina. So now the Mia with over there into the hands of Ericus Gaming is a little questionable, not something you typically see. And I'm wondering exactly what the game plan is. Mia's gonna kind of require him to play a little bit safer. And this is a Mia with the flicker, right? So yes, he does have a little bit more mobility to be able to possibly get some kills. But Mia's kind of scaled through time. But when it comes to the late game, will be more of a force than the Wanwan will. But that requires the side of Nephilim making it to the late game. And speaking of the game so far, you are seeing Finito pick up this X-Borg to go ahead and possibly do some true damage. And I'm wondering if that's really the smartest option, as you do have that Valentina to go up against it. And that is the ultimate that she can kind of take away from him and use against them. But I already said, like, with the Faramis, that's really all Valentina needs to focus on in terms of ultimate. And something else that walked through the board that I've been harping on all day is this Martis, and it's been slotted, and this will be the jungler for the side of Nephalem. And right now, I don't know, I feel like they kind of have it for me in terms of the draft, as they did slot in that Lolita for Durza, who can not only put up that shield to protect the team, have the group CC with the Numenon Blast, but also the shield can negate the crossbow of Tang that Requiem will be providing today on that 1-1 once she gets the weakness points. And you're going to have some really good placement. One thing about 1-1, right? Yeah, she can play a little aggressive, but you have to be careful, is if you do not get those weakness points and you're that far overextended, it only takes one Motor Coils over there by Martis to kind of seal the deal and finish you off with the decimation. But the Ruby being slotted in, I like that. It's a direct counter for Durza on the Lolita. The Numenon Blast goes in. Ruby hits him with the I'm Offended, or even with any of her skills to be able to negate that CC, and it's a smart read. So right now, I see some smart drafting from both sides, and I think it's going to be a battle of, can the side of the Nephalem reach the late game and let this Mia come alive? If not, you are going to see possibly Requiem try and go in for these crossbow tanks, seal the deal, and take the game for the side of Bloodhounds Academy.
Definitely do have the composition to help that Mia scale, right? Looking at their comp there, they have the Valentina at their disposal, they have the glue at their disposal, and they potentially also have this Gold Altar at their disposal as well, right? So they definitely have the cards, I would definitely think, have been dealt in their hands, right, to make it be possible. We are seeing this 1-1 again, though. For Bloodhounds Academy, I would definitely suggest that this 1-1 especially play aggressive, right? She does have the upper hand against this Mia in the lane, and I would also like to see X on this for Ramus put some rotations down in that gold lane, because like we said, that is Nephalem's late game. That is one of their highest win conditions here, right? But again, I can't doubt this Valentina pick. There's so much on the board, and not only do they have that sustain coming in from her, they also have this Luminum Blast on this Lolita, and if she's able to successfully secure that stun, Nephilim has the team fight composition to be able to capitalize off of that. Speaking of capitalizing here,
You see the Terrify over there by XSLA over there on the Valentina, and I love how you kind of brought up the Valentina, right? You said there's a lot of ultimates for her to be able to use, and there really is. You have that Ruby with the I'm Offended for that Group CC. You have the Ramus to be able to go in and take his Cult Altar, and you're already seeing some heavy presence over there from XSLA to lead the way for the early phase. But one of the things that we have to kind of keep an eye on is X, right? He ran this Faramus for a reason, and that is to directly counter this Glue. When that split does come in and Glue has all his little minions running behind him, Faramus's only plan is to kind of shut him down and burst all of those minions away, which will negate the region that Glue has to offer, and it can possibly be a one-shot as this game progresses. And that is going to definitely be something X is going to have to pull off, especially when you slot in that Faramus, allowing the Valentina to walk to pick up your ultimate. So I really want to see how these, translations for objectives go when these teams do decide to engage, and what micro and macro we're going to see today. You need to see some hero prioritization for sure, especially for X on this Glue.
Absolutely right. But the thing is, though, even though he is that direct counter for this Faramus, right, he still has to go deep in to be able to get to that Glue. But speaking of going deep in, Glue already making that possible.
And there you go. You do see Faramus going ahead and melting down some of those minions. But look at X taking some serious damage. Glue a little bit of an overextension hit with the Bravest Fighter. But it looks like he is going to get away. But wait, the flicker in the Justice Blades. Unable to hit the mark. But you are seeing Finito die in the mid lane. Eric is able to get a double kill. It's going to go ahead and take down Ruby as well. And that is a great distraction over there from Glue, and not paying attention to the neutrals or the objectives on the board. You are going to see Bloodhounds. Actually, no, Bloodhounds Academy took that turtle, didn't they? Yeah, they did take the turtle, but they are requesting for a little bit of a pause, possible some technical difficulty. So we are going to go ahead and pause the game momentarily, and it looks like that is the side of Bloodhounds Academy requesting that. Man, we got to talk about it, Rim. Already explosive for the early game. Bloodhounds Academy taking 2 deaths, but able to take the first turtle.
Absolutely right. And I don't know how much of a good trade-off that is, as Nephilim did have the upper hand in terms of the gold lead here, right? And it's like I was saying, that Faramus having no other purpose really other than to counter this Glue here. But we saw in that last team fight there, him trying to focus on countering this Glue pick denies his team the opportunity with that Cold Altar, right? And that is a lot of sustain that they're missing out on. Looking at what Nephilim has going for them, they have the damage in CC coming in from XSLA with the Valentina, and they also have the set capitalization coming in from Durza on this leader, right? So the Faramus definitely has to try and stay with his team, right? So after Nephilim baits out these utilities and ultimates, he'll be able to pop that ultimate of his own to give them a second chance and even a comeback for a team fight. So he definitely has to try and focus on target optimization here for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. But on the topic of target optimization, I still want to see Bloodhounds put some pressure in this gold lane. This Mia is already starting to build up some items here. She was able to secure that attack speed. She's most likely going to build into that Wind Talker as her first item here, right? To be able to clear these lanes faster and deal some more damage, right? We are seeing that Cursed Helmet component being built in from the Mortis as well as the Glue. And like I said before, the Glue is able to use that item with his ultimate to stack up on that extra damage, right? But speaking of extra damage, Lapu locking in that early game physical penetration, but Wanwan locking in that first core item. But we are seeing both these teams kind of give a lot of focus to the gold lane, but which team is going to engage first here?
You do see Ruby able to get the I'm Offended and the last Sanity from Finito, taking down XSLA. That is the mage for the side of Nephilim. First kill on the board for the side of Bloodhounds Academy, but look at the top side, the dive for the turret. Glue pressuring Lapu. He's going to go ahead and dive back in, hit him with the Justice Blades, and now Glue definitely having to get out as he can quickly be bursted down without that split to save him. But speaking of saving grace, you do see Wanwan trying to get the last weakness point, trying to get the crossbow Tang onto Mia, the heavy gank from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, potentially on the way, but shifting focus on to this turtle. Wait a minute, fight doesn't stop here. You are seeing Ruby go in the I'm Offended. Finito picking up the turtle on this export jungle. The fire missiles going in. You are seeing Glue try and get the possible split. Finito doing some serious AoE damage. And it looks like the side of Nephalem needing to get out of this engagement. You are seeing the bravest fighter rushing. Finito picking up a kill, taking down Glue. Eric is picking up a kill, taking down Finito. Ancient Will taking out Durza. Look at the Ruby though being sustainable. It's gonna go ahead and find a kill, taking out Ericus on the Martis jungle. Justice Blaze connecting as well as Wan on Requiem is gonna take out XSLA.
And we already see Bloodhounds Academy pushing this mid lane tower, which is going to open up the map so much for them, right? And again, this 1-1 being able to push this lane, and I like that. Bloodhounds Academy playing the objective game here. They have the team fight composition to do so, and it's like I said, when you slot in that Mia, these risky heroes can kind of put your team at the advantage, and you're kind of shooting yourself in the leg here, right? But they still do have this Valentina. She's able to steal this Faramis ulti to give Nephalem a little more, upper edge in these team fights, right? They still have the Luminum Blast, but speaking of things being blasted,
Blast Insanity going in with the fire missiles, trying to get a potential pick off. Wan in the fight as well. The heavy presence from Bloodhound Academy in the jungle now shifting from that mid lane. Definitely has some real estate in their disposal as they are leading the way in by 17,000 gold to 14,000 gold. Now looking at Wan shifting lanes, is going to go ahead and go up to the XP lane and go off against this Glue. But look at Ruby giving vision. Durza trying to wrap around with this Lolita. Now a 3v2 situation. Is this the fight they want to take? You are seeing Glue rush in, trying to burst down the minion, but shifting focus. You are seeing Newman on blast. Prematurely, not able to hit the mark on any of the members of Bloodhounds Academy. Co-ult being activated as the saving grace. Glue able to get the split just in time, but Wan does the crossbow tang, takes out Glue, gets a double. Down goes XSLA for the Valentina, and that is Ericus on the retreat with the Mortal Coils. Durza in a tricky situation, and Wan gonna go ahead and take the tier 1 turret for the XP lane.
She was also able to take some items, right? As we see, they do have the gold economy at their disposal. She secured that Demon Hunter sword as well as that promotion site, and she's building into that third trifecta of an item here. And speaking of damage being built here,
you do see some Last Insanity popped up by Finito on this export jungle. Flicker out just in time. Newman on blast to respond. Does get a set onto only Lapu. Mortal Coils by Ericus. Possible decimation on the way. Gonna kill Finito. Get the double, take out X, make it a possible triple, as down goes Ruby, but Ruby able to get the kill, taking out Durza in that engagement. And this is what happens when you let the Martis walk. He is not worried about CC, he is on the prowl for the low HP enemies, and that is a triple kill for Ericus.
Beautiful game there coming in from the side of Nephalem. But speaking of things coming in from the side of them, that split, even though it got bursted out, still able to connect here onto this Faramis Weezy.
It looks like he will possibly be able to get the kill, but no, the co-alter just in time. But Ericus is gonna be overly aggressive, try and get the kill, but look at his HP, a misplay, and Requiem is gonna take him down. You are seeing Glue get the kill on to Exio finally over there on that Faramis, but Bravest Fighter rushing in, gonna go ahead and find his way into Durza, take him down. Requiem getting the triple kill, chasing down Valentina, and that's gonna leave Dark Fox by himself, who has not had a chance to even get in any of these engagements. 1-1 all over the board right now, and we're wondering how they will respond as with only Dark Fox by himself. They are gonna go in for this tier 2 turret. Ruby with the Iron Infinite connecting. Last Insanity going in from Xbox with the turret. Dark Fox still inside of the turret, not letting it go. Is gonna rain some damage onto Finito and hold off the push for that lane. But wait a minute, minions coming in. You do see Steph Rookie over there. Steph Rookie, wait a minute. Going in. Is gonna go ahead and use this Glue to go ahead and use that Slam to clear those minions up and allow them to properly defend that tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
Speaking of defense there, Durza trying his best to help his team defend some of the engages coming in from Bloodhounds Academy here. And now something that I always mention is that these teams, when they have the upper hand, they try to stall the game for that 12-minute mark to get that first enhanced lord, right? But I always suggest that if you have the lead at your disposal, you have the map control, go for that lord to be able to open it up some more, right? And we are seeing them doing exactly that. We do see a lot of positioning and zoning coming in from the side of Bloodhounds Academy here, and they're definitely ready to counter-engage if Nephalem tries to contest for this lord here.
And they are having a hard time finding a way in, and it looks like Finito again able to take the third neutral objective, 2 turtles, and now a lord. And right now, Nephalem not really having the best answers, allowing Bloodhounds Academy to kind of walk over them in the early phase, slowly going to the mid game now as we transition into that 10-minute mark. Lord is in their disposal, marching down the top lane, and you have to be careful for the side of Nephalem is right now a lot of insurance. They're holding on to every single turret for every lane with no damage taken for the side of Bloodhounds Academy.
That is true, right? But they still have a lot of their disposal. That Mia, she hasn't died yet, and that is their late game. And we do know she's able to deal that AoE damage coming in with that buff from the first skill of hers, right? So they do have that in store for them. If they can allow the side of Bloodhounds Academy to, be over aggressive and capitalize off of that aggression. But speaking of capitalizing, they were able to take down that tower, leaving only the inhibitor turrets here for the side of Nephalem, and we're gonna see them make their way to this mid lane to make that 100% accurate here, Weezy.
And there you go, both teams battling it out for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Newman on Blast winding down for the set, but down goes the tier 2 into the hands of Wanwan. Go Alter being activated, the silence, the suppression. XSLA gonna take down Anjing Will, but it's not over yet. You are seeing Export with the fire missiles. X gonna get a kill, taking out the Mia. Finito taking down Durza. X with the double kills, gonna take out Glue. And that is only Ericus and XSLA to defend against 4 members of Bloodhounds Academy, who is now taking the inhibitor turret for the mid lane, and it looks like they're not stopping there. They're gonna go ahead and clear some of these minions, and now the smart decision, disengage, wait for the side of Nephalem to come out of the base or possibly take the next Lord.
Absolutely right. And they definitely picked up some items to be able to make that easier for them there again. Looking at this Wanwan being able, she actually went in for that Wind Talker there, right? To be able to deal some more of that attack speed there. But she also has that Wind of Nature at her disposal to be able to mitigate some of that damage coming in from that Mia. And as we see with that matchup there, she does have only her 2 first items. She doesn't quite have what it takes there to be able to dish out the damage that her team really needs, right? And looking at their mage as well, the Valentina, she doesn't have the burst just yet. She has the cooldown, she has the sustainability to be able to spam that damage, right? But looking at the other members for the side of Nephalem, more on that tanky side, right? That sustain, but Bloodhounds has the items to be able to counter that sustain. That Faramis being able to build that burst to be able to not only mitigate the damage coming in against that split from the Glue, but that spread damage towards the other members of the team as well, right? Ruby building on that sustainability without those defense items. She has the magic resist as well as that dominance ice to counter, engage the heals coming in from this Glue as well as XSLA on this Valentina pick here, right? But again, looking at this Lapu Lapu, putting the blood in Bloodhounds Academy with that bloodless axe, right? And we do see some more defense being picked up there from the side of Bloodhounds Academy. So the items and the economy there is definitely in their hands there. And honestly, as long as they sink these lanes, don't get over aggressive, right? We saw them display some discipline there with that first push against the base of Nephalem, being able to open the base and open that mid lane pathway there, right? The Lord is starting to push down. So like I said, display that discipline that you have been showing us in this game. Focus on the objective gamings that you have been, and this game is going to be an easy closeout for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. And speaking of easy closeout here, we're seeing them setting up again, and I'm loving the positioning coming in from them here. But speaking of positioning,
you are seeing the Lord make his way into the base of Nephalem. Requiem picking up the inhibitor for the top side. Last Insanity from Finito for the AoE damage. Newman on Blast, procking down, 4-man set on Bloodhounds Academy. This is the time for the side of Nephalem to engage. Dark Fox taking out Anjing Will. Look at the Nexus, half HP, but XSLA is going to take out X. Down goes Varamis, but Finito in the fight. Requiem taking out Dark Fox, going to rush in, try and deal the last remaining damage to the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, Bloodhound Academy has taken game 1.
Victory!
Beautiful game there coming in from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? Looking at their draft, they did have the 1-1. I wasn't really sure how the expert was going to perform, but he was able to get the job done to secure those objectives there, right? And we did see the Faramis as well, being able to add on to that burst, and beautiful MVP coming in there from 1-1 for the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? Looking at the statistics here, we are seeing that she was able to deal 46% of the team's overall damage there, and securing 70% of that tower push, right? We did see that early game. She was able to push her lane with the ganks coming in from the mid laner, as well as Blaze on this Ruby here. We're seeing that again, the equal team fight participation coming in from all three of them there with that stacked up 81%, right? And they were able to definitely keep that momentum in terms of rotations and objectives, as they were able to secure the main objective of the game, which is destroying that base inhibitor turret.
And definitely a good game indeed, as you did see Bloodhounds Academy come alive, just dominating in a very strategic fashion. And the Phalom kind of having a hard time on those keys to victory, right? You had the Mia, but the key was to keep Mia alive and allow her to be that late game threat. And we just didn't see that happen at all. Really not a lot of protection on the Mia. She did have a struggle over there for the gold lane. The Faramis on the glue, definitely a smart pick, something you traditionally see in the C meta. And I do like that, right? He is able to kind of get that split and burst down those little minions that Glue has at his disposal to not allow him to regen like he would like to. And not only that, but if you're attached to the Faramis like you've seen, you can use the co-alter, you can get away, and that is exactly what was happening throughout that entire game and kind of shut down the Glue. And this is what we love to see, right? For the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, our whole focus is to see teams prevail and get better as the days go by through the season. And right now, seeing Bloodhounds Academy, one of their first times performing, I am definitely impressed, and I'm looking forward to seeing the way they draft going forward for match 2. But we cannot count out Nephalem, right? Yeah, they weren't able to get the Mia online, but I'm wondering how they will respond, as I know one thing for sure. When you are under pressure, it definitely makes diamonds. And the question is, what will the side of Nephalem do to respond? Are we going to be able to see them come back and take us to a game 3? Or will we see Bloodhounds Academy finish it out with the next sweep of the day to make it the triple sweep, as we've had 2 series ending 2-0? But enough about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at the schedule so far. Speaking of the schedule, the sweeps: Rebels in Paradise 2-0 on Dark Immortals for Series 1. Series 2, Prime Esports 2-0 on 314, and now Series 3, Bloodhounds Academy 1-0, trying to repeat history for the 3rd time. And we got to see Nephalem come online and get a game plan with the draft and work on who they drafted, especially when you have that late game marksman. Allow them to be the late game marksman that you banked on. And then Series 4 to close out the day, Yin or Yang going up against Fnatic Esports in a best of 3, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and live on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. We appreciate you guys tuning in across the land of the dawn. And the show does not stop there, as the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting our first ever tournament, partnered up with Raz, the Valentine Dash. That's right, we're allowing 16 teams to compete. It's going to start February 2nd through February 5th. First place receiving a total cash prize of $700, and to top it off, Moonton with the extra support, providing the amazing prize pool for first place for 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place gonna receive a total of 10,000 diamonds. So what are you guys waiting on, man? That's some insane prizes already. That's 50% of the tournament walking away with some diamonds from the prize pool at a bare minimum, and we can't wait to see you guys there. If you do want to register, make sure you guys sign up now, as registration is currently open through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, which is in the pinned comment of all social media platforms, live on YouTube for the MLSA YouTube and the MLBB NA YouTube. And we can't wait to see you guys there. But speaking of seeing you guys there, seeing these teams already getting ready to embark for match 2, as we are going to be seeing Nephalem go up against Bloodhounds Academy. And the question is, who can take the game? Find out here momentarily, as both teams are getting ready to embark back in the land of the dawn.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, an insane Series 3 already is Bloodhound Academy with their first official appearance taking down Nephalem for Game 1, but that's just it. That is only Game 1, as this is a best of 3, and we got to see Nephalem come online in the draft and come online in the Land of the Dawn to take us to a Game 3, or we will see history repeat and Nephalem take another sweep. I can't wait to see what both these teams are going to do as they are embarking into the Land of the Dawn. Currently watching the Bloodhounds Academy up against Nephalem. Joined on the desk, I have Master Rim to handle the on-point analyst and to give you your keys to victory and also item breakdowns, as I will be your play-by-play. And I can't wait to see these two amazing teams go up for Game 2. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing good. You know, I'm excited to see how Nephalem is going to respond to the draft and the heavy aggression that we saw coming out from Bloodhounds Academy, right? We are seeing a little bit of, member changes there coming in from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, but hopefully the synergy is something that remains, right? We are seeing them being able to pick up this Eve, and like I said, she's one of those picks that she was in the meta. She had her little moment in the dark, and now she's one of those prio picks. Bands, right? But another prior pick of band, and one of your favorites so far, Weezy, you always mention him, Nephalem, picking up this Martis again that was being able to, slide you in the draft as well, right? But they also have the Wan, one of Bloodhounds Academy's previous picks in the previous game, right? But speaking of picks, a hero that's able to secure those pickoffs and kind of answer to basically anything on the board, right? Because you could be immune to CC, but we all do know that the suppression is something that no Purify or no CC immunity skill can truly, counter, right? As it is a lockdown crowd control mechanic, right? And it's a good answer. He's able to secure that flicker in and potentially use that divine judgment to shut down that 1-1 so the team can burst her down before she even gets that ultimate off, right? But speaking of ultimates here, Super locking into Sakai and that heavy spin, which I would consider is a good answer in response to this Martis in the jungle here, right? He's able to help zone with that heavy spin. He's able to not only do that, but secure those objectives easier as well, right? But speaking of making things easier, we are seeing them slot in this Yu Zhang here, which in the past, I would say is a good answer to that Eve, right? But the Lapu Lapu was still on board, and I would consider that a better pick to be able to offer some more zoning potential and capabilities, right? As the Yu Zhang is kind of an iffy hero, because now the side of Bloodhounds Academy could pick that up into him as well. So that's definitely something that they should look forward for, and I would like to see them slot that in as a response to this Yu Zhang in the EXP lane here, easy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft so far, right? Forever Gosu over there on this Eve, that manipulation going down, but you have the Yu Zhang for a direct response, gonna drop in with the Black Dragon, the Petrify, and that is going to be the game plan right there. But you are seeing the Marta slotted up for some anti-CC. Yes, they have the Akai, great zonage, but if you can get that Motocross off just in time, he may be able to have a chance at that Retribution, but still a solid pickup picking in that Akai for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. But one thing I gotta say with this, right, is they still could have picked an Assassin. Something that you typically when you see the Kaja picked up, it denies the enemy team from picking an Assassin, but it also enables you to pick it up. But that's more some C meta, something we kind of see in the C-Bowl games for the men's division recently, and also MPL coming out here soon, so I can't wait to see what they pull out there. But I gotta say, so far, if I'm looking at both teams, Rainy has the Divine Judgment over there on that Kaja to be able to pull in that 1-1 when things get tricky, but 1-1 also does have a little bit of that advantage with that second skill, but I believe it still can't even get out of the suppression, as nothing can get out of that suppression. So 1-1 is going to have to play her cards very carefully, treading thin water, especially with Rainy on this Kaja, which is going to be slotted as the Roam, possibly. But looking at the ban so far, Claude being taken out, Irithel, you are seeing the carry off the board as well. So that's a lot of marksmans that they were denying for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. And now you've seen the Phalum, a little bit of the reverse Uno card. They're the ones that are going to pick up this Wan, and I'm really interested to see what the side of Bloodhounds Academy will do to respond to that, as Durza right now hovering over somebody you don't typically see, the Gadik Kochka, able to jump in with that CC from across the map at last minute, but I'm not sure if that's really the best answer, right? Mathilda, that's something that's definitely promising. You do have the Circling Eagle to be able to displace Forever Gosu when he does go in with that manipulation, but looks like they are going to opt in for this Angela. But no, last minute change to Liu Yi, a little bit of a bait for the caster, and that's going to allow one thing, right? And one thing only, Group CC. Now, how effective this will be, not entirely sure, as Eve is going to be playing from afar. Kaja's only going to go in for that Divine Judgment, so you are going to be banking in using that Yin Yang over on Akai when he does rush in for these neutral objectives with the heavy spin.
Definitely would have suggested that the side of Nephilim locked in the Farsa, right? She was open. She is that kind of a counter to that Eve. She has, the upper edge in terms of that high ground zone potential, because she can set up that further airstrike, out of the way. And that just enabled the side of Bloodhounds Academy to lock in some of these aggressive marksmen, right? We did see them hovering over the Melissa, but no, they're gonna go ahead and slot in that Brody. But it's like I said as well, them also being able to lock in that Lapu Lapu and take it for themselves as well. And I think that's a beautiful read for the side of Bloodhounds Academy in terms of drafting composition here, right? The side of the film, they still need a roamer. Now having that heavy spin as well as this Divine Judgment coming out from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, going for a set tag right here, I would not suggest it, as they do have the disruption and the CC to mitigate it. So going for the support route is what I would suggest, right? Lock in something like the Estes or even the Rafaela here to provide some more support. The Grog is also a strong pick as well, to be able to kind of, take those damage and be able to, set his team up and give a lot of vision, right? So he does have that at their disposal. They're going to go ahead and slot that in. But looking at the complete draft right now, I would have given it to the side of Nephilim if they had a better mage pick. I think that Liu Yi, she's not going to be able to offer much. Like, I get the idea, but in terms of execution, she's going to have a harder time making that possible, right? Because they have a lot working against them for the draft on the side of Bloodhounds Academy.
Yeah, and speaking of the draft, both teams finalizing their draft, and like you stated, that Liu Yi, that wild card pick, and we're wondering how it's going to operate. Liu Yi hasn't really been too hot recently in the MLSA, even when it's slotted, kind of underperforming. And against this composition, they are going to play from afar. They're not too much front line. You do have Kaja, who will rush in occasionally with the Divine Judgment. You have Akai, who will go in with the heavy spin, that Lapu Lapu. But again, these are high mobile heroes who don't have to necessarily stack up together. So you are going to have to be careful for XSLA, maybe getting a little bit of that diversion with that teleport for some potential pickoffs, maybe a game plan. And speaking of game plan, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially on Series 3 for today. Bloodhounds Academy going up against Nephilim. Bloodhounds Academy, a team, first time competing in the MLSA against the veteran team, Nephilim. and already having an advantage taking game 1, as this is a best of 3. And who are you guys voting for? Or do you think the side of Nephalem will be able to take us to a game 3, find their momentum that was lost in game 1, and shift their focus for the victory? Or are we going to see Bloodhounds Academy repeat history for the 3rd time and get our 3rd sweep of the day?
Hopefully, the side of Nephalem is able to have some answers. Like, we are seeing them having forever goals, so they're getting really low on this eve, right? But she does have that level 4 advantage at her disposal, right? They have the stronger team fight composition here, I would say. They have the pick-off potential with that divine judgment. We are seeing them already applying some pressure in that gold lane. They definitely have to help that Brody be able to scale, as he is one of those scaling marksmen. And it's also on the same, but the side of Nephalem has to put some focus to let that 1-1 come online, as the Brody does have the ability to poke her out from a range here. And speaking of, we are seeing this Marcus here in the top side potentially going to help out for a gank here.
Yeah, you do see some heavy engagement over there. That battle over that lead, though. Dark Fox being a little overly aggressive, too. Martis rushing in. Mortar Coils going in, forcing the flicker from Rainy on this Kaja hit with the Guardian's Barrier on his way out. Now, that's just plain rude over there by Durza. But wait a minute. You are seeing Akai with the headbutt, forcing the flicker out of Durza to respond. And I guess that's what you get for being rude to the side of Bloodhounds Academy.
Absolutely, but that's a lot of utility off the board for both sides, right? There is 2 flickers on cooldown on the side of Bloodhounds Academy, which is the Eve and the Kaja. And Kaja trying to engage without that flicker can be kind of risky, right? And we're already seeing the side of Nephalem answer to this turtle push.
You are seeing Lord hover over the manipulation provided by Eve, and now fight on the backside. You are seeing the retribution picked up by Akai, and that is the side of Bloodhounds Academy to take that objective. Heavy spin, gonna go ahead and try and find a pin on XSLA, but unable to find it. And now in a tricky situation, you are seeing Durza very low on this Grok, able to get into that tier 2 inhibitor turret, but you are seeing that Kaja rush in, gonna go ahead and try and pick up a kill on to Ericus, but it looks like both teams able to get out without any deaths, and that's honestly impressive from both members, as usually that's when you see your typical first blood. But look at Durza rushing in, trying to contest the blue buff. They are trying to get the steal. Retribution from the Akai, able to take it, and at least able to translate some of that gold onto their side. Well, actually, no, they were able to take the turtle, so still in the blue buff as well. It's going to give a huge advantage to Bloodhounds Academy right now, leading the way by almost 1,000 gold. But look at Rainy rushing in on to this Kaja, but on the bottom side, Engine Will is going to find first blood, taking down the Yuzong.
And that's why I suggested the side of Nephalem were to pick up that pick instead of the Yuzong. But speaking of things being picks here, there's a potential for a pickup here in the top side, but not so much. Both teams, both boomers just trying to give vision, trying to deal some poke damage instead of for an engage here.
Yeah, it looks like just a little bit of a Guardian's Barrier, but Kaja just kind of tiptoeing around, realizes he is far enough for them not to be able to take him down, but you are going to have to see something on the bottom side, right? This Yuzong needs to not be over-aggressive, as he's already fallen once to the Lapu, and with proper rotations, that is definitely a vulnerability right now that the side of Bloodhounds Academy can work on.
Absolutely right, but they do have some things going for them in the top side. That one being able to secure that corrosion side, fully skipping the boot. She's barefoot right now, but speaking of things being barefoot, a dragon is in the land of dawn.
I'm kind of scratching my head right now as we talked about the over-aggression. He is going to rush in with the Furious Dive, unable to connect his engine. Will gets out, but hit with the Dragon Tail, able to proc that Shaw Essence for some sustainability. But in the top side, you are going to see a kill as down goes XSLA. And look at the turtle spawn in. The side of Bloodhounds Academy shifting focus over to it, but also going to the top lane to possibly clear some of these minions. And now looking at Anjing Will on the bottom side. As soon as we pan that camera off of Yuzong, down he goes. And these 1v1 trades, you should not be losing. There's no reason to play overly aggressive this early in the XP lane. And that's going to give a big advantage. Now 3-0 on the board for the side of Bloodhounds Academy, and also another turtle for their economy.
Right, and speaking of blood, Weezy, that engine there, being able to secure that bloodless axe just 5 minutes in the game, right? In that heave, slotting in that ice green one, gonna add some more utility and slows for her team to be able to secure some team fights and engages here. But speaking of things to be secured here, right? That one again, she did pick up that corrosion site. She's still able to scale, right? She hasn't taken a death yet, which is what you need. But speaking of death,
You are seeing engagement on the way. You are seeing a possible pickoff as the side of Bloodhounds Academy is smelling blood, definitely living up to their name as these Bloodhounds, and they are going to go in. You are seeing Kaja do some AoE damage, possibly trying to get a kill. Diversion into the turret by Lu Yi to be able to provide that additional CC the team needs to deny Bloodhounds Academy for pushing in the tier 1 on the bottom side. But pay attention to Lapu. Lapu, he's going to dominate in the XP lane and take a turret for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. They are finding all the answers on the board, and we need to see Nephalem win something off of these engagements or translate some of these objectives from their rotations.
right? And they definitely have the composition to do so. They're not utilizing the surprise potential from this low heat pick, right? They have the ability to teleport into a bush and then follow up with Grok on this wild charge, right? And if the Martis is there, he's going to be able to secure that those kills there. But speaking of kills to be secured here,
Kaja rushing in just in time with the Ring of Order, and Brody able to pick up that kill, taking down Wanwan, and now opening up a chance to take this tier 1 turret for the gold lane, and he indeed is going to go ahead and do that. But look at Durza winding up over there on the Grok, realizes is very low on HP, wild charge with a flicker to get out of the Guardian's barrier provided over there by Durza, and that is Brody able to escape for but no, decides not to go back. Ring of Order going in onto Durza on XSLA, but over in the mid lane, you are seeing the side of Bloodhounds Academy take the tier 1 turret, just getting all of these objectives. Forever Gosu dropping down with the manipulation, finds a kill. He's gonna take down Ericus on the jungle, and not done yet though. Ring of Order by Kaja, caught by the crossbow of Tang. XSLA is gonna pick up that kill though and take down the Lu Yi, and that's definitely a good play in the side of Bloodhounds Academy, but Nephalem responding back. And right now, I gotta say, like 5-1 right now, you definitely don't want to take these trades. You have to play a little safe, as they're definitely on fire. And that was actually crossbow Tang on Kaja, but just right now, the over-aggression is not working. You have to play safe. Wait for them to make a mistake now, as they are so far up in gold, are about 7,000 right now, leading the way for Bloodhounds Academy.
absolutely right. And looking at these items here, Ajin Will, again, I gotta put some focus on him. He did secure that dominance ice, right? And he's been asserting dominance there in that bot status. Looking at his KDA right now, he's 2-0-1, but speaking of KDAs,
Forever Gosu rushing down with the manipulation is going to find a kill onto Dark Fox. One member down for the side of Nephalem, and now XSLA picking up a kill, taking out Lapu Lapu. Black Dragon hovering over Dragon Tail, going in on the enhanced version with the Furious Dive. The shot essence has been proc. Forever Gosu taking down Durza, but pay attention to Yuzong on the chase for Forever Gosu. Quickly bursted down, allowing him to get his double kill. And right now, like you said, that over-aggression is not what you want to do, and this is allowing a possible early finish and a sweep for the side of Bloodhounds Academy.
give that to them, right? Looking at your draft, you had answers. We did see in the early game there before that Yuzhong started struggling a little bit. He was able to zone out Forever Ghost on this Eve there to keep her at bay, right? But honestly, it's targeting. It goes back to targeting, like I said, right? Looking at Brody, he wasn't targeted as much as he should have been, as he was able to secure that Blade of Despair as well as that Blade of Heptases, right? We did see that real-world manipulation going down, not able to connect to anything, but a lot of things are still working in their favor, right? She did slot in that defense item, which is going to be able to add on to that movement speed that she gets from her first skill, to add on some mobility as well as defense for her side. But speaking of ability and defense this year, Weezy,
You are seeing engagement on the way. I'm going to pick up a kill onto 1-1 Guardian's Barrier going down. Ring of Order by Kaza. Black Dragon going in. Engine Will taking out Martis. Down goes the Black Dragon on picking up a turret. The tier 2 for the top lane. Heavy spin by Akai trying to get a pin onto the wall of Yuzong. Yuzong is able to proc that shot essence, but it is not enough. Quickly bursts down on, going to take out Grok. Forever Ghost, taking out Yuzong. And that is only XSLA to defend against the full team of Bloodhounds Academy, who's going to go ahead and try and take some more real estate from that engagement.
absolutely have the ability to do that, right? We are seeing Brody securing that mega kill on this Lu Yi, and Bloodhounds Academy is looking to capitalize off of this lead that they have right now, and they definitely can do so, right? At the same time, we are seeing this Akai being able to secure this Lord uncontested, and the side of Bloodhounds Academy looking to, steal out this jungle here, right? We are seeing this Yves and Kaja trying to secure that blue buff into their hands as well. The Lord is pushing down in the mid lane. We are seeing Lapu proxying this bot side minions to be able to sync these waves, right? They look like they aren't going to put too much focus on the top side as they want to prioritize this Lord push to take that bot inhibitor tower as well as potentially break open the mid lane.
And here we go, Lord making his way into that mid inhibitor turret is gonna go ahead and do some damage, and now Lapu leading the way. Bravest fighter, Raging Slash, gonna possibly find a kill, but you are seeing the wild charge connecting into the turret. XSLA bursting down Emjing Will. I'm taking a kill onto Durza. That is a 1-for-1 trade so far on the board. Down goes the manipulation. Double kill by Om's gonna find a kill onto Wan. Down goes the marks in front of Fallum. And getting a triple, taking out Ericus, leaving the base vulnerable as minions are crashing in. Then ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing Bloodhounds Academy secure the victory, secure the sweep over on Nephalem.
Game there coming in from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? They were able to keep that momentum and that consistency that we saw them performing in that last game, right? Speaking of performance, we are seeing Brody securing that MVP here and rightfully deserved, right? With that 70% tower damage coming in from him. And we are seeing that 28% actually almost leading the team in terms of damage here, but no, Lapu is going to beat him out by 1%. And not only did he beat out that Brody in damage, he definitely beat out that Yuzhang there in the EXP laner, right? He was able to secure those early kills and those early pickups in that 1v1 clash, right? Again, Rainy there on this Kaja with Forever Gosu on this Eve. We saw the rotations coming in from both of them to be able to zone and secure these objectives coming in from the Kai there. So beautiful game coming in from this side of Bloodhounds Academy, and I'm excited to see how they perform. And we do know this is their debut here in the Academy, so they definitely set the mark for the future games to come.
Definitely set the mark for future games to come, and definitely setting the bar high. A new team in the MLSA, kind of outdoing one of the vets, and I'm impressed, honestly, in terms of the micro, the macro, the synergy, always at the right place at the right time. For the side of Nephilim, just needing to work a little bit on not only the draft, but the prioritization in terms of objectives is definitely something they have to add to their book of notes. But that is the whole focus for the MLSA, is for these teams to get ready for upcoming leagues. We do know the NACT is right around the corner, and I can't wait. You'll definitely most likely see me on there as a caster, and Master Rim over there may be able to make that special appearance too, and all our casters from the MLSA shooting for that major goal, and I can't wait for that to happen. And I'm sure these teams can't either, as that is the whole focus for them to compete here on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Speaking of the MLSA, a little bit of a look at the schedule so far. Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise. Series 1 was the best of 3. Rebels in Paradise able to take the sweep 2-0. Series 2 was Prime Esports against 3-14. And history repeated itself, and that was Prime Esports winning 2-0. And now Series 3 just closed out. Nephalem versus Bloodhounds Academy. Bloodhounds Academy, history repeating for a third time to guarantee and lock in the triple sweep for today to close out that series. And now the final series of the day, Yin or Yang, first time appearing in the MLSA up against Fnatic Esports in a best of 3, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel, and the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server is where we host these amazing events. We appreciate y'all tuning in the MLBB NA YouTube as well, as that is definitely somebody we're partnered with, and we love putting on these amazing shows. But show does not stop there. We do have an extra bonus, as the MLSA is officially hosting our first ever tournament to close out Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. It is going to be live on the MLSA YouTube and the MLBB NA YouTube starting on February 2nd through February 5th. We have partnered up with Raz to give a total prize pool for first place $700 US. 16 teams get to compete, so what are you guys waiting on? Make sure you register on the MLSA Discord server now, which will be active in all the pinned comments of every single social media live stream you are watching today's show on. Moonton has chipped in a special prize pool of 25,000 diamonds to first place. Second through fourth place will receive 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. That is half of the tournament getting rewards just for participating, so it doesn't get any better than that. Like I said, register now on the MLSA Discord server now, which is in all the pinned comments for every single stream. But speaking of the stream, now moving on, we are going to see two amazing teams compete it out for Series 4, so definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for the next series.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speaking for the stars. Wanna show me what they know. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the ground. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, an insane series we've seen so far. 3 series already out of the way, and now on to the final series. We are seeing Fnatic Esports go up against Yin or Yang, 2 new teams in the MLSA. Fnatic Esports, we kind of seen them play a little bit for Season 2, but Yin or Yang, it's going to be the first appearance we have ever seen, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. But before we get into that, a look at the schedule so far. Like we said, 3 series already completed. Rebels in Paradise getting a sweep 2-0, and similar story as Prime Esports takes down 314 2-0. Series 3, history repeating for a triple. You are seeing Bloodhounds Academy getting a sweep over Nephalem, and now Yin or Yang versus Fnatic Esports, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. And both these teams are getting ready to embark into the Land of the Dawn. We have Fnatic Esports versus Yin or Yang. Joined on the desk with me, I do have Master Rim for the On Point analyst to break down these items, and I will be your play-by-play. And like I said, these teams already have finalized their drafts. You're looking at Miko picking up the Eve. You're seeing Guapo pick up this Fredrin. Cho into the hands of Yawi. Mikasa over there on this Moskov. And RRZ is going to go ahead and pick up this Grok. But on the opposing side, you are seeing the Ballman being slotted into the jungle. And it is going to be a Lapu Lapu for Drax, XP Lane, Brody, Atlas, and Kadita. So definitely know who you guys are voting for inside the Land of the Dawn, as the polls are out there for both the MLSA YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel. And I gotta say, looking at the draft so far, I do love the Kadita with that rough wild waves to be able to rush in, rush out, get some knock-up, and that may be one of the keys to victory, is to be able to pull that out, especially when you pair it up with the Atlas, who does have the Fatal Links. And I think it's a really good draft if they can pull off that CC late game going into the hands of this Brody. And definitely have to kind of focus him. But if you look at the side of Fnatic Esports, you are looking at their late game damage dealer. Mikasa gonna pull in this Moskov, a little bit of homage over there to Onik, that CW playstyle, possibly going for that attack speed. The Grok inside the XP lane, definitely love that as well, to be able to use that high and dry, get some burst potential on that one-on-one situation, and also be that frontline CC that your team kind of needs in these engagements. And not to mention, they were able to take in this Fredrin in the jungle, who's definitely going to kind of outdo this Ballman, kind of stole his spot as the golden child for that jungler position. And then they do have this Eve over there into the hands of Miko to be able to use that manipulation. And if I had to say one team overall had a more solid draft, I'm not really sure who I would go with. I think both of them are pretty good. You do have the Kadita to kind of counter in onto Miko on this Eve, if you can use the Rough Wild Waves to go in. But here we go. Engagement already nice and early, as you are seeing Fnatic Esports getting a little crazy with the RZ. Is going to find First Blood, taking down House of Peace over there on this Ballman. And that is a jungler for the side of Yin and Yang. Not a good start. I'm definitely going to deny him that level 4, that lethal counter that he kind of banks on to be able to take these neutral objectives, these turtles, with that retribution.
Now, the thing is, right, Weezy, it is still a damaged Grok in that EXP lane, but he can potentially go in for that engage there and secure that kill up in the top side, and secure that kill he does, but that's not all that Fnatic is securing right now.
The triple knockup over there by Kadita onto Miko, Guapo, and Yawi. And these are some well-known names in MLSA. I think we've seen them compete in the North American Squad League. They've competed in NACTs. So definitely a team that has the synergy and knows how to kind of get the draft going. A high elo team for North America. Matter of fact, as you are seeing Guapo rush in and secure that kill onto House of Pieces. He's already fallen twice. The jungler for the side of Yin and Yang sent back to the caster's desk, temporarily opening up the opportunity for Fnatic Esports to take the first turtle.
Now, this is not good, right? This is not the position you want to be in when you're playing a jungler like Bauman. Looking at his level 2 right now, the jungler being the same level as your Bomer, only 2 minutes in the game. But speaking of same levels,
down goes the manipulation over there by Miko, the taunt from Fredrin, and the mobilization. Miko able to find that kill onto Atlas, now shifting focus. The way the dragon knocking Lapu airborne inside of the skill over there by Miko, facilitating that double kill. And down goes Lapu Lapu. Kadita with the rough wild waves for the knockup, but You are seeing Yawi pick up the kill with the G Kundo. 6-0 right now. Fnatic Esports is online.
Online they are, right? Looking at some of these items, I'm pretty sure they're close to securing some if they haven't already, right? Moskov is going to be building into that attack speed to be able to help him push against this Brody. But speaking of pushing here,
Atlas being bursted down. Guapo is going to go ahead and pick that kill up on his Fredrin jungle, and now contesting the blue buff. Down goes the manipulation. Guapo getting a double kill, takes out House of Pieces again, bursting him into pieces. 0-3-0 KDA right now, and you are seeing Guapo with the exact opposite. 3-0-3.
it's the power of this Fredrin, right? But speaking of power, they're not done. They're looking for this Brody here, right? For this side of Fnatic Esports, but here we called, so they're gonna go ahead and take that tower uncontested. But they're not done, Weezy.
They are going in for another engagement. The side of Fnatic very aggressive. The way the Dragon for the third dive, gonna go ahead and facilitate the kill into the hands of Grok, taking down Brody, get into the back line, double kill. RRZ is on fire, but a response back as Kadita is gonna take down Yawi, but Miko is gonna burst down House of Pieces again. A very hard time for the jungler of Yin or Yang, and right now with that separation, you are seeing Lapu Lapu trying to strip some of this gold off that turret, but 11-1. Brim, what are we seeing right now?
Seeing snowball in every sense of the word, right? Usually it's around that 10-minute mark where the jungle would allow the ADC to pick up that red buff. But speaking of red buffs being picked up and things being picked up here,
you are seeing a lot of pickup with the knockup. RZ gonna take down House of Pieces again. We are only 4 minutes in, and that is 5 deaths for the jungler, and he's supposed to be protected in these engagements, and also he has the flexibility to kind of rotate around and not take these fights. But you are seeing Fnatic Esports finding a way every single time to get around to him. And speaking of finding a way, Moskov getting him the pierce onto the wall for the stun. It is gonna pierce Red Fox in his heart, taking down the Brody. 13-1. This is definitely that one-sided engagement, that one-sided story. The knock up, the double fatal links for the set. Yawi unable to get out with the G Kundo, and that is Atlas able to pick up the second kill on the board, but down goes the manipulation. Retribution going in for the blue buff. Guapo able to pick it up. Kadita doing some serious damage, but taken down. You are seeing Ballman into the hands of this Eve. You are seeing Gamer Magic and Drax trying to hold off the team of Fnatic Esports from taking this tier 1 turret. Kadita rushing in with the rough always, but bursted down by this Grok. And right now, 15 kills, only 5 minutes in. This may be a record for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academies. You are seeing the tier 2 for the bottom side also be pushed in by Mikasa on the Moskov.
okay, now Yin or Yang, they just had some level 4, but speaking of,
oh my goodness, a pierce on the wall. Moskov finding Red Fox. That is the marksman down. Man down. Down goes the bravest fighter, but hit with the way the Dragon Bite show. Mikasa picking up another kill. Killing spree has been activated. But you are seeing Grok trying to also taking advantage of the separation. He's gonna go ahead and take the tier 1 for the top side. Not even worried about it. Just gonna let the minions go ahead and take that in. As Miko finding the tier 1 for the mid lane. And right now, a very hard situation. We may see an early finish on the way from Fnatic Esports as they are not stopping anytime soon. Fatal Links going in. Miko getting a kill, taking out Kadita. But down goes the torn apart memory. He's not really able to do any damage as that marksman is not farmed. And down goes the spear to burst him out of this game to the castle desk. And E picking up a double kill is going to take out the Lapu Lapu. Down goes the tier 2 turret. House of Pieces and Atlas all by themselves to stop the team of Fnatic Esports from pushing in this inhibitor. Look at Atlas, not going to be able to contest. And that inhibitor is now hanging in by a thread.
things hanging in for a thread here. Yin or Yang, their inhibitor and their entire side is definitely in a house of pieces right now, right? As we've seen, looking from Fnatic Esports here, their items, they're already, scaling into that full build. But speaking of being full here,
you are seeing Grok pick up the turtle. Down goes the manipulation. Godlike Grok getting a kill as well. Now running in, winding up. Bravest fighter to escape. Drax able to get out of there, but the top by Fredrin, the fatal link for the set. RZ is going to pick up a kill on the house piece, get a triple kill, taking out Atlas. Miko taking out Drax. Only Red Fox by himself with a hope, with a dream. 0-4-0. And now you are seeing Fnatic Esports going to go ahead and put in some pressure and take the tier 2 turret for the top lane.
I'm not sure went wrong, right? Because looking at the draft for the set of Yin or Yang here, it's actually pretty strong, right? They have the team fight, but speaking of team fight, another one.
Rough wild ways by Kadita trying to get a kill. Mikasa able to take the tier 2 for the top side. Guardian's barrier put in. The knock-up over there by Grok. Down goes the manipulation. The flicker to escape. But the Nexus, ladies and gentlemen, the backdoor play in. The side of Fnatic Esports takes the game.
Man, I am absolutely speechless, right? But there's not much to decipher as it was at the game. It was decided before it even started, right? Looking at Fnatic here, beautiful drafts, a lot of high KDAs coming from their side, but that you've been able to secure that MVP overall, right? Looking at the statistics there, their team fight participation being high at that 71%, right? And right behind her is Moskov with that 72% tower damage as she was able to split push and proxy his lane. And not only that, but go for the backdoor play while the side of Yin or Yang was trying to defend against the heavy aggression.
Yeah, definitely some heavy aggression indeed. And right now, Fnatic Esports definitely showing that they've been practicing for a while. But you gotta keep in mind, Fnatic is a team of well-known players in North America, and you are seeing Yin Yang, one of the kind of newer teams in the MLSA. So definitely just a little bit of level of synergy and time together will prevail. So hopefully, you know, going forward for game 2, maybe they learned a little bit from game 1 to not allow the early tempo to be led by the side of Fnatic Esports for that finish, as that was just definitely one of a dominant game and a record. There was only 8 minutes for the MLSA, the fastest game in history. But it was fun. I mean, I enjoyed watching it, but I want to see the side of Yin and Yang respond. I think I'd enjoy that a little bit more to see them kind of learn from this, as that is our whole focus in the MLSA, is for these teams to improve. Sometimes you learn the hardest lessons from having the hardest losses, and I can't wait to see how they jump into game 2, as this is a series, ladies and gentlemen, the final series of the day, as we are seeing Fnatic Esports go up against Yin or Yang. A look at the schedule so far, all the matches today have ended in sweeps. Dark Immortals versus Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise taking that victory. Series 2 was Prime Esports taking the sweep over 314. Series 3, Bloodhounds Academy taking the sweep over Nephalem. And now Fnatic Esports trying to break some records, taking the fastest finish in the MLSA history up against Yin or Yang. But the question is, will Yin and Yang let history repeat and get the 4th sweep of the day, or will we see them come online with a secret comfort pick and some possible early game denial? All live to you on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Both these teams are currently registered on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, so if you guys would like to compete up against any of these teams you've seen today, definitely jump in, as we are trying to grow the NA scene, and we'd love to take everybody we can along with us. But speaking of the MLSA, we are officially hosting our first ever tournament, the Valentine Dash, to close the gates for Season 1 and open them for Season 2. Partnered with Raz on Discord and allowing 16 teams to compete. Registration currently open and will close tomorrow. February 2nd through February 5th will be the live tournament, so make sure you guys catch it over on the MLSA YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be giving a total of $700 US cash to the winning team that comes in first place, and also Moonton is chipping in, giving an amazing prize pool, 25,000 diamonds to first place. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. That is 50% of the teams participating. So what are you guys waiting on? Register now in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, which is in the pinned comment of all the live streams you're currently watching on the show. And speaking of the show, Fnatic Esports putting on a show up against Yin and Yang, and I want to see how they embark for game 2. So definitely don't go anywhere. Maybe kind of stretch a little bit, as we might have another game on the way, another banger. Hopefully we see Yin Yang respond and take us to a game 3, or will we see history repeat in a 3rd or 4th sweep for the day? Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with you guys momentarily for match 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. All these features what start.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, history in the making as we've seen Fnatic Esports close it out with an 8-minute game over on Yin or Yang. Two new teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, but definitely showing you a little bit of difference in synergy in drafting and overall performance. But like I said, the whole focus of the MLSA is to help teams at all levels progress and prevail to be the top tier teams in North America, to help them as the upcoming leagues are on the way, such as NACT and so much more. So I appreciate everybody that is competing. Hopefully you guys are joining and learning something from this inside of the YouTube channels, as well as these teams learning something from these engagements with the hard wins and the hard losses. A look at today's schedule, as we did see Dark Immortals up against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise getting the sweep 2-0. Series 2 did end with Prime Esports getting a sweep as well, 2-0 for 314. And then Series 3, Nephalem up against Bloodhounds Academy, taking another sweep for the day. Bloodhounds Academy with the win. Series 4 on the way currently. Yin or Yang up against Fnatic Esports. Fnatic Esports 1-0 and possibly going for match point. But will we see Yin or Yang turn the tide around, find an answer for the early game, and deny them the sweep? All live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel. And the show does not stop there, as the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting the Valentine Dash. 16 teams having the chance to compete in the first ever MLSA tournament, live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel, partnered with Raz. We are offering first place a total prize pool of $700 US, and this will be going officially live February 2nd through February 5th. But registration is currently open right now, so make sure you guys stop by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, which is in the pinned comment of every single live stream, and get registered so you guys can have a chance to compete, as there is some amazing prize pools provided by Moonton themselves. First place will get a total of 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through 8th place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds, and that is a lot on the line. That is 50% of the participants in the tournament receiving a reward out of that prize pool. The Valentine Dash will be live here soon this Thursday, so make sure you guys tune in. We can't wait to see you there. But speaking of tuning in, we are currently watching Yin or Yang go up against Fnatic Esports. Fnatic Esports being more dominant, taking game 1 with the 8 minutes finished breaking records in history, and Yin or Yang is going to have a game plan for game 2 if they do not want to allow the 4th sweep of the day, which indeed would be another record for the MLSA. Joined on the desk, I do have Master Rim for the On Point Analyst, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great, right? But the draft is almost finished, and I want to highlight some things here. Fnatic Esports, look at their bans, Weezy. They're just making history today. Is this the first time we're seeing full marksman being banned off for a side here? Are they just that confident going against some of these meta and prio picks here? We see them giving up the glue. They gave up the Faramis, so it's a lot of things at their hands right here. Speaking of some things at their hands, locking in that Layla into that gold lane. This I think is her first appearance. Like, we are seeing them going for that Lunox jungle, but I'm also seeing Fanny with that retribution, but she goes ahead and swaps to that Petrify there. So she's gonna be in the EXP lane or gold lane potentially. The Xylong and the Fanny can be swapped to either lane, and both works, right? Both definitely works there. But speaking of things that works, they also have Yin or Yang here. They have the glue at their disposal. They have the Faramis, and they have the overall, I would say, team fight composition here. But Weezy, what are your thoughts on this draft here?
Well, I'm kind of shaking in my boots right now because you're looking at Fanny by a player by the name of Mikasa. That is the worst thing you could possibly go up against for not having a direct counter. And that is definitely, if that's not screaming a master of cables, I don't know what is. And not only is Fanny running the high-end drive, but Fanny is running the Petrify. That means that this is not going to be a jungler, to make it even more deadly, showing you that Mikasa is comfortable running this Fanny without even needing the blue buff. And I'm really going to be keeping my eye on Mikasa as we prevail through this game. But one thing that they do have an advantage is that it is not a Fanny with the blue buff, so she will be limited on the energy.
She's not going to be limited on those rotations as she is in the mid lane, and we're already seeing that heavy aggression coming in from her there.
You are seeing the heavy aggression, taking some serious damage on that invade, trying to delay the jungle for Yi Sun Shin. And looking at the draft so far, that glue did get slotted into the hands of Yin and Yang, so that is a slight advantage. And then taking his direct counter on that Faramis, which may be a first blood. Looking like Yin and Yang starting strong, is going to go ahead and get a kill. The flame shot going out, though, a little overkill, but you are seeing RRZ fall. And that is the first kill going to the side of Yin or Yang into the hands of Faramis.
Speaking of kills, looking for Yushin Shin in the top lane, and they were able to secure that kill. Did they also steal that blue buff from the side of them too? I don't see a double blue buff. Actually, they were. Lunox, she has that, but she is the jungler though, so I'm not sure if that is theirs or hers. I'm not too sure, right? But what I'm sure about is Yin or Yang definitely still has what it takes to be able to win this game, right? Looking at that draft here, they do have the Faramis, they have the Cold Altar. I'm not sure why Red is being so, passive against this Yuzhong. But speaking of being passive here,
Yuzhong taking a nap over there in that bush. A little bit of that awkward engagement, but looking at Lunox, a little overextending, using the Brilliance. RZ able to pick a kill on that Selena, taking down Faramis, but goes in the Abyssal Arrow for the double kill, taking down Yuzhong. 2 kills for Selena. And right now, we are starting to see Fnatic Esports, like game 1, try and get online, trying to take anything they can for the early game.
definitely need to see this out of Yin or Yang, put some pressure in this gold lane, right? The Popol and Koopa has the ability to push that tower in under, 5 minutes of the game. So they have to, put pressure there. And it is a Layla, right? But speaking of pressure,
are seeing this Lunox pick up the turtle, and that is that Lunox in the jungle too. A little bit of that homage over there to Onyx Esports. It's Onyx time right now for Fnatic, as they are trying to get some potential pickoffs. You are seeing Xylon go in, get some sustainability, grabbing up Drax, but in comes Faramis, not able to hit that Shadow Stampede. But looking at the bottom side, this Layla, something we haven't talked about. The Layla being slotted on the side of Fnatic, that glass cannon that can come alive in the late game and kind of deny a whole team if you are not careful on focusing her for the early phase. But speaking of phases, Fanny rushing in, a flame shot going down, not able to connect, and that's going to allow Fanny to recall.
Speaking of things going down here, Miko almost able to push this tower and just get some, gold off of it, right? But speaking of gold, we are seeing Zilong already locking in that wind talk, right? Gonna help him be able to push that tower as we see it. It is already pretty much stripped in the top side there. But speaking of things being stripped here, not a lot of pressure going towards this Layla here. They have to put some aggression towards this bot side if they want to ensure that late game. But speaking of late game,
RC in the engagement on the bottom side. Chaos Assault over there by Fnatic Kite. And the tier 1 turret for the top lane. That is Xylong able to pick that up as the RC Mikasa takes some turret damage. Possibly Faramis rushing in for a Shadow Stampede. Fanny gonna go ahead and walk out. But there goes Faramis. A little bit of the bait. Shadow Stampede unable to pull him back. And Xylong, Guapo with the bait is gonna go ahead and take him down. Glue getting a kill. Taking out Selena as a response on the bottom side. And now you see Popo Koopa going in. House of Pieces able to make the most out of the situation. Burst down the Lunox jungle. Now 3 to 4 on the board. Yin and Yang kind of returning trades for these engagements, but turrets quickly falling as the tier 1 for the mid lane goes into the hands of Xylong for Guapo.
I did notice this is a Glue in the wrong position, and that's that kind of capitalizing off of what he's known for, right? Being a menace in that EXP lane. But speaking of being a menace, this Popo and Koopa.
Popo and Koopa getting bursted down by this Layla, bursting him down. But if you've seen Yisun Shin with the Mountain Shocker, his ultimate was able to steal the blue buff from Mikasa just in time. And speaking of Mikasa, Yisun Shin is also going to take him down. You are seeing the co-alter activated a little prematurely. Split activated by Glue, trying to grab up Guapo, but Xylong having other plans, gonna try and facilitate a kill. You are seeing Fnatic Kate with the Chaos Assault able to burst him down, and Drax just having a hard time. And like Rim mentioned, the Glue in the roam position, not something you typically see, and Turtle is gonna go to the side of Fnatic Esports.
Absolutely right. And looking at some of these items here coming into the hands of Fnatic, this Zilong being able to not only secure that kill, right, but he's also working to secure that Berserker's Fury, and that he did. But speaking of Fury,
Are seeing the burst on the bottom side. Popo and Koopa putting in some work onto Miko with the advantage of Yisun Shin to go in. But Miko with the Layla is going to take advantage of the turret dive and take down Popo on the over-aggression. And now Selena RZ joining the fight. Retribution for the slow. YSS able to get away. And right now, a lot of these turrets are being opened up, and a lot of the map is in favor for the side of Fnatic Esports, as you are seeing Lunox with the brilliance, trying to get away from Glue, using the Chaos Assault, bursting down Faramis, but quickly grabbed by Guapo, and Guapo is going to get, no, that was Lunox picking up that kill. It's going to take down Glue. Right now, a lot of members are falling for the side of Yin or Yang, as Guapo, again, finding a kill, taking out Yisun Shin, and now getting a double. Down goes House of Pieces, and Guapo getting out of that with 1 HP.
That's a miracle, right, in itself, because they're so ahead right now in terms of gold, in terms of the economy, and there's not much Yin or Yang has in order to answer to this aggression, right? But they were able to secure. Right now, they have 2 more kills than they did last game, so that's a step in the right direction for them, right? So they definitely have some minor answers here. Let's speak of minor answers.
Alter being activated. Guapo in a bad situation, deciding to disengage with the mobility of Xylong, but brilliance activated by Lunox goes back in. Guapo as well, finding Popo and Koopa and bursting him down, but look at the split by Glue is gonna shut down Guapo in response. A 1-for-1 trade.
We did see 2 items being picked up there for the side of Yin or Yang, and they definitely need these items, right? Popo locking in that corrosion site to be able to deal some more damage, right? He looks like he's gonna build into that Demon Hunter sword next. We do see Faramis picking up that Enchanted Talisman, going to be able to have some more cooldown reduction at his side, right? But speaking of things at their side, Lunox locking in that Genius one, as well as that Clock of Destiny to be able to burst. But speaking of burst, there we are seeing Glue going in.
Did you see the Mountain Shocker? The split activated over there by Glue. Gonna possibly get a pickup on to Fnatic Kite, using the brilliance as a means of escape. But look at Guapo rushing in. Yisun Shin able to take the turtle. Miko taking the turret on the top side. Guapo getting a kill on a Popo, but getting killed himself by Glue. And Fnatic getting a kill. And Drax getting a double, taking out the Fanny. Yisun Shin able to take out Kite. And that is Yin or Yang winning off of that engagement. But look at Layla with the split push, putting in some work for the top lane.
That's what she's kind of capable of doing, right? They haven't been focusing her. They did try to pick her off in the bot lane, but we saw she was able to secure that kill. And not only secure the kill, but save her tower there as well. And we already see Zalong going to go down that lane to try to possibly defend. But I think the Winians have another thing in mind, right? They want to give something to the side of Yin or Yang here, and they were able to secure that tower, right? So they're getting some economy on the map. The goal lead is slowly shrinking. It is only just a little bit above that 1K right now. So they have some answers here. That's what you want to see, right? But speaking of having answers here, in the top side, we do see the Black Dragon going in for that Layla. Is he going to be able to secure the kill? No, she flickers out, but she did secure that kill, but she took him down as well.
Definitely taking him down. Guapo going in, taking out Drax. Abyssal Arrow not able to hit the mark, but now 3 members down for the side of Yin and Yang, and 18-9, but only down 2,000 gold, surprisingly, as we are slowly embarking to the mid game.
Shocking, right? Because if we look at the towers, they only were able to secure 1 for the side of Yin or Yang. So I'm not sure where this economy is coming from. Looking at Drax there, like he's 4-3-3 right now. Even though he is the roamer, he's still securing some kills there, right? But speaking of kills secured, we are seeing Zalong
with the dives, gonna find Popol and Koopa, but immobilized over there by Drax to rush in. Split activated, gonna grab him up and take him down into the caster's desk. How are you doing today, Zylong? But looking at Layla on the Lord now. Tier 2 turret for the bottom side does fall. Layla's gonna go ahead and solo this. You gotta keep your eyes on her, as the later this goes, the more deadly she gets. And looking at the farm so far, Rim, this Layla is 7,500 gold. That's the highest gold in the game right now, not even in these engagements. And I'm worried about when she does join these clashes, how it'll kind of play out for Yin or Yang. But speaking of plays, you are seeing the Selena with the outplay able to dash out just in time, as Drax and Red Fox was gonna try and pick her up for a kill.
Absolutely, but speaking of pickups here, I think we might have hyped up this Fanny a little too much, right? We mentioned a Fanny being named Mikasa here, but she's 0, 2, and 4 right now. But I will say she is being able to provide some distraction for the side of Fnatic Esports, right? They were able to secure some items here. Again, Lunox with that Genius Wand, as well as that Clock of Destiny, and Selena is on her way to pick that up as well. Did see Layla picking up that Golden Staff, securing that trifecta in the meta right now. But speaking of meta,
you are seeing Lunox in a bad situation using the Cosmic Fission, but Yi Sun Shin rushing in and taking her down. Looking at the mid lane though, you are seeing Yuzong clear these minions. Mountain Shocker going down by Yi Sun Shin to give a little bit of damage and also some vision onto the map. But again, you are seeing the side of Fnatic Esports having no problem. Gonna go ahead and burst down this Lord with no contest.
Absolutely, and we have to look at this Layla. She has no answers for her right now, and that's something that I never thought I would ever hear myself say as an analyst caster, right? Not a Layla not having an answer. That's crazy, right? But speaking of things being crazy here, we are seeing Yuzhong being taken seriously low as Fanny dives in here.
And the Petrify with the knock up. Split activated. The distraction rush from Layla able to find Red Fox. You are seeing Faramis take down the Zylong in response to 1-for-1 trade. And right now, with the Lord pushing in on the top side, you got to be a little careful for Yin and Yang, as the side of Fnatic Esports is going to try and close this out and take some more turrets. Alter being activated as a means of defense. You are seeing Miko taking some serious damage, deciding to recall, but in comes Mikasa to burst down this Faramis. And you are seeing the split activated House of Pieces finding Fnatic on this Lunox jungler, and they are going to burst her down in response. And you are seeing this Lord crash in. It looks like Drax is going to go ahead and pull some of that aggro. And with the members off of the board, this is a great time for the side of Yin or Yang to take down this Lord.
Absolutely expecting for the side of Fnatic to possibly end this game here, but the only thing that got ended there was Leader's life there. She was out of position, but speaking of being out of position,
you are seeing Zylong pick up a kill, taking out Faramis out of position, and now on the chase, going in for Yi Sun Shin. But look at Drax realizing the chase. The overextension is going to make the most of it. Yi Sun Shin going to take down the Zylong, but Mikasa rushing in, taking down Yi Sun Shin. The slam by Glue. Will it be able to catch Mikasa out of energy? All he has to do is close the distance, and it looks like he may be able to do it, but Mikasa with the reverse movement, oh my goodness, goes back again. What are we seeing? Ladies and gentlemen, definitely putting on a show today, but Drax able to catch Mikasa with the split. She was only able to use one cable with the amount of energy that she currently had from not having the blue buff.
Absolutely. But speaking of energy, your Drax is online right now. He's definitely picking up the momentum for Yin and Yang. But speaking of momentum and pickups, this Layla dealing some serious damage.
In comes the glass cannon, but here comes the Colt Altar by Faramis, silenced over there. Is gonna now be on the retreat. Flame shot going into Miko, and in comes Selena. Guapo with the Xylong finds a kill onto Faramis, but look at Yuzong, Red Fox, eyes on the prize, gonna go ahead and split push, try and take the tier 2 turret for the top lane, but you are seeing the focus be shifted possibly from the side of Fnatic Esports. Goes into the bush as Red Fox is gonna try and recall, and now in a bad situation, forced to use a Black Dragon. He is not able to escape as the Chaos Assault over there by Lunox is gonna burst him down. Speaking of bursting though, RRZ in a tricky situation, taken down by Yisun Shin in the top side.
Alright, Zilong on his way, looking for trouble.
Definitely looking for trouble, but Guapo trying to respond. House of Peace is taking down Xylong in that engagement. The overextension, Miko, the glass cannon, finds Popol and Koopa, but grabbed up by the split, and looks like Drax is in for the kill. He is gonna try and take him down, but the flicker does get activated over by Layla, having a plan, trying to burst him before he can take her. 1v1, who will prevail? Drax able to pick up another kill, killing spree being activated, and like you said, Drax is coming online. 7, 3, and 7 for Yin or Yang.
It really doesn't matter where you slot the glue, right? At the end of the day, he's still glue, and he is going to be able to get those items and be able to scale into that late game, right? We did see that Yisun Shin picking up that immortality, which he definitely needs as the aggression from Mikasa here is high as he's looking for a potential kill. But speaking of...
Ooh, unable to hit those last cables, and you are seeing Faramis pick up that kill. You are seeing some slight mistakes now as Fnatic got a little too comfortable, and the question is, will the side of Yin or Yang be able to turn this around from these late game mistakes as we are hitting that 16-minute mark? Shoto able to pick up that Lord, and that is a big advantage for the side of Yin or Yang.
Absolutely, but they were also able to get some items in their hands as well, right? I did see Yuzhong picking up that Oracle as well as glue, and it's definitely helping him in terms of that sustainability, right? That Popol and Koopa being able to secure those damage items. He definitely needs to secure some defense on his side though, right? But speaking of defense, this Layla, being honestly, she has her full items right now, right? She's building into that Blade of Display as her last item. She does have that Has Claws for that little bit of sustainability, right? This Lunox, she has her burst. She's building into that Holy Crystal next. But speaking of burst, they're gonna burst down this Lord here, and that's just the power of Zilong and Layla. But speaking of power, you know, Liang being able to take out this Fanny, and they're possibly gonna push in this mid lane.
Yeah, definitely pushing, taking advantage of the situation. You are seeing Shoto rush in on to this possible kill as RZ does fall into the hands of Faramis. You are seeing Miko pick up a kill on the Red Fox. Guapo taking down House of Pieces, and it does not stop there. Shoto's gonna take down Guapo. Split activated by this glue. Lunox clearing the blue buff, not able to help in that engagement, and that is a slight advantage as 2 members have been taken down from the side of Yin or Yang and 3 members off of the board for Fnatic Esports.
They definitely have to capitalize off of this, right? They're finding them out of position, and I'm liking the synergy that I'm seeing from them, which was lacking last game. But speaking of synergy...
a little bit of a split. Glue going the wrong way, and you are seeing Yisun Shin, who was the hunter, now being hunted and taken down by Kite on this Lunox, but Glue has his back, is going to use the Slam, force out the Brilliance, go Alter to go ahead and provide some sustainability, and Killing Spree has been activated as Glue takes that kill, and down goes Lunox.
You know, you can't really they were able to sway that gold lead in their favor. They're now leading in gold, and they're almost catching up to that kill count, right? And that's all because they're able to get these pickups and find these mistakes. But speaking of things, finding that Abyssal Arrow, finding that Yuzhong there, twice in a row. These stuns coming in. But speaking of things coming in,
You are seeing Drax take down Guapo, currently on fire, 6, 3, and 11 on the bottom side. Mikasa taking out House of Pieces. The Mountain Shocker trying to take out Mikasa, using the steel cables to get out just in time. And right now, it is a bloodbath, which was once a one-sided story. Now, it's kind of 50% as both of these teams are currently neck and neck down to the wire for the final clash. But speaking of clash, in goes the Cole Alter, but Miko doing some serious burst damage, gonna try and take a kill onto Framus using the Destruction Rush a little early. There's a lot of utility out of the board for Layla, but she is going to try and pick up a kill. It's going to flicker in, take down Faramis. Glue going in with the split. It's going to grab her up and slam her down and take that kill. And Glue is currently unstoppable, but looks like they do have an answer as you are seeing Lunox rushing with Selena. Burst him down with the Chaos Assault. Split being activated just in time to give some regen. Mountain Shocker by Yi Sun Shin. Lord has been summoned. It is in the Land of the Dawn. Luminous Lord in full effect. And the question is, who will be able to take this engagement? Druin's being activated over there by Kite, and it looks like the aggro now has been pulled from the side of Fnatic Esports, and Black Dragon used a little prematurely and dropping down, not even over anybody for Yu Zhong. But look at Guapo, dangerous situation, super low. Look at the Lord, who will get the retribution. Drax taking down Lunox. Shoto taking the Lord, and the momentum has shifted as you are seeing Gamer Magic able to take a kill as well, and House of Pieces taking out Fanny. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what they needed as you are seeing Mountain Shocker deny the recall over there by Selena, leaving only Layla, the late game Midas, the glass cannon to hold off the full team of Yin and Yang. Selena joining in with the Abyssal Arrow. Glue rushing in with the split, takes down Layla, and have they done it? Ladies and gentlemen, they have broken history, and they're trying to take us to a game 3 as they get the full wipeout over Fnatic Esports. And my goodness, they have done it. No minions, though. They're going to work together as a team. Talk about synergy. Yin and Yang takes game 2.
honestly, beautiful comeback there coming in from the side of Yin and Yang, right? We are seeing a little of those chocolate medals, but it's equally evenly distributed across the board, right? But I'm not going to focus on that. What I'm going to focus on is Drax being able to keep the momentum up for Yin and Yang and show them why we're called Yin and Yang, right? We're the two sides. We have our bad moments and we have our good moments. He was able to secure that MVP, right? Looking at the statistics here coming in from him, he has that 73% team fight participation, right? And he was definitely what his team needed to secure this victory, right? But not only that, though, right? This for Ramos being able to have some clutch saves with this Cole Alta here, right? But Shoto as well on this Yushin Shin being able to secure these last objectives. And these are the objectives that matter, right? But I also want to give a shout out to the Salong and that Layla there, right? For being able to push those lanes. Most of the time we saw them on the map, they were able to not only secure some kills of their own, but also secure some towers. So beautiful lead from the side of Fnatic there, but also a beautiful comeback coming from the side of Yin or Yang.
Definitely an insane match, man. I barely had time to breathe. I was running out of air as these teams were just pushing it out for these fights, 33-32. But I gotta say, for Yin and Yang, definitely trust in the power of Drax on that glue, as he is definitely the saving grace in a lot of those engagements. And man, that Layla was a ticking time bomb. I was kind of worried for Yin or Yang. I wanted to see how it played out, but impressive. And to be able to turn that around with all that was at the, all that was lost in the early game from Yin or Yang just goes to show, that they definitely have the focus, the drive, and I can't wait to see what they do as we do prevail on to match 3. As ladies and gentlemen, this is the final series of the day. A little bit of a look at the schedule. We've seen Dark Immortals in Series 1 go up against Rebels in Paradise, best of 3. Rebels in Paradise able to close it out with a sweep. Series 2, Prime Esports against 314, closing it out with the sweep as well, as Prime Esports did claim victory. Series 3 was Nephilim up against Bloodhounds Academy. Bloodhounds Academy getting another sweep, taking down Nephilim. And now Series 4, the match that has been kind of taking a lot of twists and turns in the Land of the Dawn. Fnatic leading the way for Game 1 with a dominant fashion, but getting some interesting drafts for game 2. Yin and Yang able to prevail in the late game, 33-32, neck and neck down to the wire, but the power of Drax prevails over there on the glue, and now they will be in match point. Currently both teams with 1 win on the board, going to the final game of the day. Who will be able to take this series? All live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American channel as well. And I appreciate you guys tuning in, as man, if last game wasn't a show, I do not know what is. But speaking of shows, it does not stop there, as the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting our first ever tournament, going live February 2nd through February 5th. It will be the Valentine Dash. There's going to be registration opening up now currently, so make sure you guys register by signing up through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, as we are allowing 16 teams to compete starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and the total prize pool for the winning team in first place will get $700 and then also Moonton chipping in for the support with an amazing prize pool for first place of 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place for 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place for 10,000 diamonds. If that is not a prize pool, I don't know what is, because that is 50% of the tournament that Moonton is supporting for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America, and we appreciate everybody tuning in to today's show. But definitely don't go anywhere, because we all got to see how Game 3 closes out between these two amazing teams, Yin or Yang and Fnatic Esports. Who will be able to close out this series? Will it be Fnatic with the late game Fanny with the crazy mechanics, or will we see the synergy and the trust in the team prevail for the side of Yin or Yang to secure Series 4? Find out here momentarily, as we'll be right back with you as these teams are getting ready to embark back in the Land of the Dawn.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, I don't even know how to break down the last game we've seen between Yin and Yang versus Fnatic Esports for Game 2. Fnatic was able to lead the way for Game 1, prevailing with a dominant fashion, but Game 2, some interesting picks definitely were slotted, maybe trying out some new compositions. We were able to see the side of Yin or Yang turn the tide in their favor for a late game finish, 33-32, and definitely one of the most, if not the most entertaining match the MLSA has ever had. But that is just it. This is a series, and both of these teams are already back in the Land of the Dawn, ready to compete it out for the final game. The polls are out there for YouTube on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America YouTube. Place your votes. Do you see the side of Fnatic Esports able to close this out with a 2-1, or are you going to see Yin or Yang respond back with that little bit of that momentum boost from winning Game 2 to claim victory on this series? I am joined on the desk with the on-point analyst going by the name of Master Rim, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
Doing great, man. That was such an exciting game to just watch last game there. But speaking of exciting things to watch here, right? We are seeing Miko on this eve. We saw how they were able to perform on it in the first game, right? Being that setting stone for the rest of the team. But also, speaking of setting stones or setting rocks here, right? There's the Grok being slotted in there. Most likely could be flexed into that roam or that EXP lane. So it's a good pickup for the side of Fanatics there, right? But also we're seeing this Bauman, and hopefully Fanatics can show us, the power that he's fully capable of, right? But speaking of power, the Fatal Links is on the board. Hopefully they ban out the Diggy next. That's the one thing that they have to do, because the side of Fanatics are definitely capable of slotting that Diggy and making it work against them, right? But speaking of things to work against, that Farsa, that Feathered Airstrike, being able to have that zoning advantage over this Eve with that real world manipulation, right? Both high ground mages going up against each other, they both offer the same thing. They have the ability to do that burst damage. They have the ability to zone for these tanks to follow up and get these sets, right? But speaking of this carry being allowed to slide through, and she's already a good pick going into the side of Fanatics there, as they do have that front line. They have the Bowman, and they also have this Grok there. So I like what I'm seeing in this draft, Weezy. What are your thoughts so far?
Well, taking out that Diggy, picking up that Atlas is definitely a great option for the side of Yin or Yang. Not having a direct counter for it, already sliding in your mage over there on Miko, is going to put him at a disadvantage and an upscale battles. Not only do you have the Atlas with the Fatal Links, you also have that Ballman who's more up close and personal, who can easily be picked up by this Atlas on Drax with that flicker. But I gotta say, one thing that did slide in was House of Pieces over there on this carry, right? I want to see how that kind of performs. Carry, one of the best marksmen in the Land of the Dawn, and they have a heavy frontline composition to go up against. Already sliding in that Ballman, that Grok. That's going to be easy work for Carry, who can burst down the beefiest of heroes as she scales through the game. And speaking of scaling through the game, scaling through 3,000 worlds, Red Fox is going to go ahead and pick up Martis.
Absolutely, and again, I know it's one of those picks where every time you see him slotted in, you kind of get excited, and we kind of hope that he's able to be used at his full potential, right? He has that pick-off potential there, but speaking of pick-off potential, this Lunox is going to be slotted into that gold lane, so she's going to be going up against that carry, and we do know she's able to put up a fight against her, right? She has that chaos assault, and she also has that brilliance if she needs to, be on the defensive side, right? So it's a good matchup in that mid lane, but they're looking for their EXP laner right now. We're seeing them hovering over this Khalid, but the Hylos is being slotted over right now. A lot of things being slotted over, but they're gonna go ahead and lock in that Hilda right now. I'm not sure if she's gonna be the roam or if she's gonna be the EXP laner, as both of them can be flexed with that crop, right? But speaking of flexing here, they're looking for their jungler right now, and I'd definitely like to see the side of Yin or Yang lock in something that can provide a little more frontline, right? But they go ahead and they lock in this Roger. Now, I was in favor of their draft a little bit pre-Roger, but maybe they'll be able to prove me wrong. But we'll see. Which draft are you in favor of now that these teams have settled it?
Well, I think you said it perfectly, right? The Rogers got me kind of scratching my head. They could have slotted that Martis in the jungle. Would have been very solid, especially up against that Ballman. and maybe able to have a little bit more versatility inside of the XP lane as you are going up against that Grok. Now, can Martis go up against that Grok and have a hard time? I guess it'll be okay, but something you don't traditionally see is Red Fox is not only locking in Martis, but he is locked in a Vengeance. Something I've never seen before on Martis, and matter of fact, I'm a Martis main, and I'm new to seeing this, and I'm excited to see if this is something that maybe I should be pulling out. As we are embarking into the Land of the Dawn, we are seeing Fnatic Esports go up against Yin or Yang in a best of 3, and currently Fnatic Esports leading the way with 1. Actually, no, not leading the way. Both teams are currently tied. A little bit of an update on the scoreboard. What's wrong with you, Wheezy? As both of these teams are tied, and they are fighting for match point. And the question is, who will prevail? Do we see Yin or Yang able to close this out and surprise the whole world on that? They didn't have the strongest performance match 1, but game 2, they definitely kind of came together as a team and were able to close it out for a victory. But looking already, you are seeing the invasion over the buff on the red side. A little bit of the stun, and Shoto over there on that Roger is going to go ahead and burst down Yawi on the over-aggressive Hilda.
Absolutely right. But speaking of being over-aggressive here, this carry being a little poked out here, right? But speaking of poking out, they're going to go in for this lethal, but they're not done.
Do you see Drax with the perfect match? Not going to go ahead and land in on Guapo. He is going to pick up that lethal Wanderer. But looking on the top side, another invade by the side of Fnatic Esports, trying to go in and possibly get a kill, deny this blue buff from Roger right now, but Martis rushing in, using the motor coils. Yawi taken dangerously low. Red Fox is going to go ahead and take another kill, taking him down. 2 kills on the board for the side of Fnatic. Nice and early for this draft, and you got to be careful. Actually, not Fnatic. That's 2 kills on the board for the side of Yin or Yang. I got to change both of these around, but I got to say, definitely interesting indeed, as you are seeing Yin or Yang make this match work in their favor. But look at the perfect match going in. Yeah, you do see Martis motor coils. Gonna get another kill, taking an RZ on this Grok, and their draft is working out in this early phase as Roger rushing in. Miko getting a kill, taking down House of Peace on the top side with a combination of Lunox to double magic damage over on the top side, but Martis picking up that killing spree is gonna take down Hilda. 1 to 4 on the board. Yin and Yang leading the way.
We have a snowball composition, right? We do know Roger is one of those snowball junglers, very much like that Ling or that Granger, right? And he's already starting to come online here as he is 1-0-2. But speaking of things coming online here,
you are seeing the engagement over there on to Martis. Grok pulling in that Guardian's barrier, trying to not allow him to run away, but he is going to get out. Looking on to the mid lane, you are seeing Farja with a feathered airstrike trying to get a kill. You are seeing Yawi rush in, taking down Shoto, the jungler, for the side of Yin or Yang. Drax taking dangerously low, using perfect match to escape just in time, but not the same story for the top side as Lunox finding yet another kill onto this carry.
Not good, right? You want to keep maintaining that lead that you have, so put some pressure on that top side as well. As the side of Fnatic there, they do have the ability to kind of come back with the burst that they have, right? But speaking of comebacks, we are seeing Bauman making his way up to try to engage and contest on this red buff.
Is going to dive into the turret, and Drax going to pick up that kill with the perfect match, and down goes Yawi. Hilda 1-4-0, being very overly aggressive, and is allowing the side of Yin or Yang to take this advantage. But again, no help on the top side, and Mika Cutie is gonna make work of House of Pieces, who has now fallen 0-3-0 KDA. But look at Drax, smelling the low HP, rushing in with the perfect match, unable to take down Mika Cutie. She responds with the brilliance, but again, some heavy utility on the board. RZ in a bad situation, but it's gonna find a kill on the Shoto, who dives in for the engagement, but you are seeing Red Fox take him down in response. Shoto could have kind of ran away from that fight, not really needing to rush in, especially when you're 1 HP. You could have just allowed Martis, who is fully equipped and full HP, to take that final blow. But speaking of final blow, Mika Cutie again finding another kill. 0-4-0 over there for House of Pieces on this carry. And this is what we said. I've been seeing this a lot overseas, especially in the men's division for Sibo. A lot of these teams are pulling in this Lunox or this Harith against this carry, and you are seeing meta in the making. But speaking of meta, Fetted Links going into Mika Cutie, pulling him in, not into the turret though. Brilliance activated, down goes the feather airstrike by Farza trying to get some kills, does not have the damage though. In a response back from the manipulation to possibly get a pickup, you are seeing Yawi rush in with the power of wilderness and takes down Farza. And not only that, Mika Cutie is going to take out Shoda, and that is a double kill. And right now, they are definitely on fire. Fnatic Esports leading the way 8-7, but still, both teams high in kills for the early game.
Absolutely, right? But they're still keeping up that aggression. And this Lunox, right? I want to take a minute to look at some of these items here. She was able to secure that Clock of Destiny as well as that Genius one. And the damage is definitely there. But speaking of damage being there, we are seeing this Roger trying to put some damage on, right? Looking at the Martis there. He was able to secure his first item, but speaking of things being secured, a Fatal Links.
Connecting onto Yawi, the one-man set, and now the invasion over on the blue buff. Down goes the manipulation provided by Miko to be able to facilitate that kill onto Red Fox, and that is Martis who has fallen for the side of Yin or Yang. But you are seeing RZ rush in, able to pick up another kill, taking down Shoto over there on the bottom side. But pay attention to Mika Cutie rushing in as Carrie is going to try and burst down this tier 1 turret and quickly taking him out of the board to the caster's desk with a Chaos Assault, and now picking up his 5th death, facilitating the 5th kill for the side of Mika Cutie for the gold lane.
This is scary because if Lunox continues to gain items so quick in the match, the side of Yin or Yang is not really going to have an answer for it, right? But speaking of answers, they're looking for Eve.
Roger rushing in, but quickly deciding to disengage as Miko drops the manipulation. But look at the feathered airstrike with the Fatal Links to respond, and you are seeing Drax down a tricky situation, trying to use the perfect match to get out, but Mika Cutie getting a double kill, taking out Drax, taking out Gamma Magic, and you are seeing a triple, taking down Red Fox. As down goes Martis, leaving only House of Pieces by himself, and they are going for the Maniac, but you are seeing Roger spawning just in time to kind of deny it, but it is not over as Legendary has been activated over there by Mika Cutie to take yet another kill.
I would give that an unofficial Maniac. I'm gonna count that as a Maniac, not a Legendary, right? But speaking of things to be counted.
Oh my goodness! Might as well count that as a Savage, as you are seeing Mika Cutie burst down Miss Farza. Practically a one-shot, as right now Lunox is on fire.
That's the power you get from slotting her in that gold lane, right? But speaking of power here,
another engagement on the way. Mika Cutie picking up the tier 2 for the top side. Lethal counter going down. Oh my Yawi bursting down this Roger. In goes the Guardian's barrier. They are not stopping anytime soon. They are maintaining this pressure. Down goes the manipulation and the dive. Mika Cutie taking out Farza yet again. And RZ is going to take down Drax. You're only seeing House of Pieces and Martis to defend. But Eve already making some serious damage, some huge impact. And this may open up the opportunity to yet take another turret. Look at Yawi with the dive of Hilda. Roger responding back, but Turtle over there by Guapo, who hasn't even been in this engagement this entire time, is going to shift that focus and take that Lord.
absolutely, right? But speaking of things to be taken here, this Farsa.
He's getting bursted down again by Miko over there on the Eve, and you are seeing Roger respond back, taking down Lunox. Down goes the manipulation, though. Guapo with the lethal counter, taking out Carrie, getting a double, taking out Drax, and this is just insane right now. The synergy is definitely on the line. 23-10, which was once 8-7, as the side of Fnatic Esports is leading the way again for the early game. But look at Roger, a little bit of an overextension. Motor Coils to try and give some peel. Guapo finding Roger and taking him down. Feather airstrike connecting, but Guapo taking down Martis, unable to save him. And 25-10, up by 15 kills. Fnatic Esports leading the way.
Absolutely, and a bulk of those kills coming in from that Lunox here, right? But speaking of things coming in, Eve locking in that glowing wand, right? She's going to be able to add on to that utility coming in from that ice cream wand as well. And we see Lunox, she is almost at her full build here, right? She does have her first 3 core items, and she's building up that holy crystal that's going to spike that magic percentage damage. But speaking of damage here, Weezy,
Drax rushing in, able to get a fatal link to only one member of the side of Fnatic Esports, and now Miko is going to make him pay and burst him down over there with Eve that you just spoke about. on these items, and overall well played. And this is going to be a very hard situation now, is that when they're up by about 11,000 gold, they are definitely leading in items, and Atlas is one of those heroes that requires him rushing in full force for a set. But speaking of full force, Mika Cutie taking down Farza with the Chaos Assault and using the Brilliance to escape on the turret dive for the inhibitor. Impressive indeed, and that will be the mage out for the side of Yin or Yang, and down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. Wild Charge connected for the double knockup. Mika unstoppable with the manipulation, finding Martis, and it is not over as the Guardian's barrier to respond to try and hold them off from closing this game out. They're going for another early finish, only 9 minutes in, and down to only the inhibitor for the top lane and the bottom lane for the side of Yin or Yang. But you are seeing Mika Cutie rush in, get a kill. Yaoi taking out House of Pieces. Look at the Nexus though, completely vulnerable as the inhibitor for the top side has fallen. Guapo taking out Drax, leaving only Shoto by himself, and in comes Red Fox on this Martis to try and do some damage. But you are looking at them trying to close it out. Martis shutting down this Eve. Mika Cutie with the Chaos Assault bursting down. Roger inside of the turret, double kill by Martis, taking out Ballman. And it's not over there though. Let's look at the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, Fnatic Esports takes the series.
Beautiful game coming in from the side of Fnatic Esports there, right? This Grok not being able to, secure that full gold again, as well as that hold, as we did see they were getting picked off a little bit there in the early stages of the game, and we possibly saw a potential for Yin and Yang to take this game, right? But that potential got shut down the moment that Mika was able to get online, and she was able to farm this carry, right, and securing that MVP for her side, right? Looking at the statistics here coming in from the side of Fnatic Esports, that Lunox being able to deal 33% of the team's overall damage, as well as secure some of that push on those towers, right? And Grok is right behind her with that 30%. So even though she was slotted in the gold lane, she definitely did help to get the job done. Not only was she able to help push and open up the map, she was able to secure those damage, as she does have the bulk of the overall kills that are coming in from the side of Fnatic Esports, right? But I can't discount Miko on this Eve being able to set up some beautiful plays with that positioning, with those real world manipulations as well, right? And RZ there on this Grok, we were able to see some beautiful sets with that flicker and wild charge combination, and the most influential one to me would be the one there at the end where they were able to secure this series.
And exactly like you said, securing the series and securing the final match of the day for the side of Fnatic Esports. And I gotta say, that was impressive. I'm hopefully looking forward to them registering in our upcoming tournament. Is that macro, that synergy is just very hard to be able to pull off, and they just do it so fluidly, and that just shows you they've been a team competing time and time again. I'm pretty sure they competed in NASL, they've been in NACT, and now making their venture into the MLSA. Some exciting times for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. But like I said, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and let's just take a look at all the teams that currently competed today, and a special shout out for them as well. Series 1 was Dark Immortals going up against Rebels in Paradise. Rebels in Paradise able to close it out with a 2-0 sweep. Series 2 was Prime Esports up against 314. Another sweep was on our hands, as we did see Prime Esports prevail. Series 3 was Nephalem up against Bloodhounds Academy, and Bloodhounds Academy again getting yet another sweep. And then on to Series 4, the most entertaining match of the day, if I say so myself. Yin or Yang versus Fnatic Esports. Fnatic Esports taking it all the way to Game 3 and able to close it out in an early fashion. All of this was live streamed on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel, and I appreciate you guys tuning in across the land of the Dawn, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show as much as we did, and as much as these teams did, competing and putting in their all. But the show is not completely over, as we do have a special bonus to close it out. The Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting our first ever tournament, the Valentine Dash, partnered up with Raz, and we are allowing 16 teams to compete. It is going to start February 2nd through February 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and registration is currently open and active, so make sure you guys do follow us on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server to sign up, as we are officially giving the team that places first $700 cash prize. And also on top of that, Moonton is providing an insane prize pool of diamonds for first place with 25,000, and then not to mention second and fourth place will receive 15,000 diamonds and 5th through 8th place will receive 10,000 diamonds to go ahead and close out this amazing event. We also have some big casters on the desk, some that you have seen in the M series: Assassin Dave, Trex, Mirko, Wolf, and so much more. So I'm excited to see you guys partake in that. Make sure you guys do look at the MLSA pinned comment and register on our Discord server, as there are some spots available if you guys do want to compete, as 50% of the participants are going to receive some amazing rewards. So that is going to conclude today's show, guys. I appreciate y'all tuning in with me and Master Rim on the desk to kind of handle it all the way. 4 hours strong, almost 5 hours, and it was definitely worth it to see these amazing teams compete and grow, as that is our whole passion, is to help these teams get ready for upcoming leagues and upcoming events. And not only that, but the event that is right around the corner that I can't wait to be a part of. So guys, as always, we appreciate you. We will not be live tomorrow, as it will be the last day of registration, so we'll be closing that out. So make sure you guys tune in on the MLSA Discord server if you do want to be caught up with events and ongoing things, as there's so much more on our Discord server that you do not currently see on the YouTube side of things. So definitely join our amazing active community, and we really appreciate everybody who has stopped by today. Make sure you subscribe to the MLBB NA channel, and you guys stop by and subscribe to the MLSA YouTube channel as well, to show your support and your love for not only these teams, but these amazing casters that you will see on the desk each and every day throughout the week. As always, my name is Wheezy. I have been your host. It has been my pleasure. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and we'll see you guys next time for the Valentine Dash, starting at February 2nd, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Peace and love, baby. See ya.